What's happening, everyone? I'm Johnny Massacre, and this is the cheeky live stream number 189. Sublime all the time. It rhymes. This is a place where the brief is quite simply to be excellent to each other, much like Bill and Ted said. It's my Japan vlog, and when I feel like talking to someone, I just do this, and we have fun, and often you're the star of the show, so subjects could include, but are not limited to, video games, music production, great white sharks, otters, fashion, Japan, Tokyo, Shibuya, and of course Lim Limmer. Who got the keys to me bimmer? I see Lim Limmer in the comments. Good to see you, bruv. How are you doing? I've got my coffee, I've got my mango, and I'm ready to go. How are you doing? What are you doing? Probably late where you are if you're in the Americas. And that would be a good excuse to light something up, pop a bottle, or pop something, preferably not your neighbor. So I'm going to get the text-to-speech rolling right now. Yay. Had to change my audio setup a bit, so the voice might sound a bit different.
Mirror D80 says playing some Red Dead Redemption 2. Milkatima
Nice.
Kesting says howdy Brad and I were sure you were deported. Lim Shalsu says live like a sinner proper posh.
Ha ha ha, live like a sinner. My God. You got the tune in your head. I'm still hill milker. I'm still hill milker. We definitely got to talk about what game we do next. To be honest, the last game we played, it put me off gaming and streaming. That's how I felt afterwards. I want to stop fucking rambling on obsessively about how I think it's AI, but I feel like a little bit insulted by that developer. I feel like the game was BS, and it feels like I was looking at something soulless for so many hours.
Mirror D80
It's
says
sad.
damn my first comment didn't come through.
Shut up, Mirror. Copy and paste it again, bruv. I got the coffee, I got the mango. So,
Mirror D80 says greetings brother. Up to part 4 of the 5-part Silent Hill 2 playthrough. Great work, kudos for doing it without the steel pipe and on the hardest difficulty. Mirror D80 says you should do Born from a Wish and 3.
cheers, bro. Steel pipe. There's a steel pipe in that game?
Mirror D80 says wish. Milkatima Kesting says we're playing Monhan if you ever want to try it lol.
Monster Hunter. But that has DEI shit in it, though. We're never getting away from DEI, by the way. Although, Mark Andreessen on Rogan was saying how there was a list of things that most concern voters.
Mirror D80 says it has more clonking power.
Really? The list of things that most concern voters, he cited some poll, and LGBT and all that stuff was literally right at the bottom. It came last, and number 1 was, I think it was taxes, and number 2 was economy. And gun crime was second from bottom. Amazing, huh? No, guns were second from bottom. So, people be surviving, y'all. But yeah, I mean, look, Sony acquired Bungie, and their stuff is riddled with DEI. I mean, the whole thing is like forced female hiring and BLM for Bungie and trans for Bungie, and they're just putting all that stuff in the game. And they put all of their resources into making some woke shit, which was they actually apparently assisted with Concord, and they made Marathon, and now they've gone, and so Sony's basically wasted $3 billion. They've cancelled Destiny, right?
Lim Chalsu says I'm playing a big clonker in Monhan ATM.
Don't tempt me, bruv. But there's so much woke shit. So we knew this years ago, and I covered the reason why movies are all woke, because to win an Oscar, a lead character has to be from a marginalized group, including women, poor women, minorities who are not minorities, they're the majorities. White people are actually the wild minority, but okay, they're still a minority in the Marxist system, and LGBT and all that kind of stuff. And 30% of supporting cast has to be from a marginalized group. That's why movies have all that stuff in it. So it explains why everything's still woke in movies, because everyone wants to win an Oscar, so they do that from the beginning. But this whole Christopher Nolan controversy with The Odyssey coming up is fucking mad. So you've got transgender, you must have heard of this, you got transgender actress who thinks she's a man playing Achilles, who is not Hunter Schafer, it's the other one, who looks ill in my opinion. And then you've got the black woman who played, I don't know who she played, but she's proper African looking, playing Helen of Troy. And I think she's playing two characters or something. I think she's playing Athena. No, she's playing Athena. And then you've got
Milkatima Kesting says they've changed the rules a bit.
Have they? What, in the last few weeks? Then they've got Zendaya playing Athena, who has the acting range of a log of wood. She always has that face like this. So they changed one of the most historically important story of all time. That it is literally the archetypal myth, and it's a cornerstone of Western culture. It is literally, well, not literally a cornerstone, but literally it's one of the most important parts to Western culture ever formulated. And they race swapped all the characters, bro. That's like fucking race swapping characters in World War II. Actually, they do that already. But so that's the point of communist propaganda. I realize everyone reacts to it exactly how they want you to react to it, which is, what is this, man? Why are they doing this? That they do it to piss you off on purpose. And they do it to demoralize you. It's supposed to be super annoying, and you're supposed to notice, and you're supposed to get angry. It's supposed to create agitation, and it certainly is, because Elon Musk is going hard with this online. He's reposting things, and he said that Christopher Nolan's a racist. So the left, the people who make these movies, they always talking about representation, but it's only representation when it's not a white person. It's white hatred is what it is. Their whole philosophy is built on hatred of people who are successful, or people who've done something positive or produced something. And that's proved by the fact that they had a chance to represent Greeks. I mean, Greek got fucked, right? In the 2008 financial crisis, they were at the center of that storm, and they had the chance to properly represent it. It's not hard. You can't change the ethnicity and all that kind of stuff of the actors in the Odyssey, or if you do, it's got to, at least it has to look like how they looked. I think it's okay to change it as long as people kind of look like that. To cast like a
W says good to see you.
Good to see you, bro. So yeah, so they've done that, but so it's not going away. And Elon Musk came out and said wokeness is dead. He did that about a year ago. I mean, it's a philosophy that's built on let's play pretend with nothing there. That's very, very, very lucrative for these people. So they're not just going to go away when they've made so much ground. This is their only chance. This is their only chance to succeed, and they've got the full support of all the kind of leftist, progressive billionaires and investment vehicles and stuff like that. You think they're just going to go away, especially considering that their philosophy is about creating agitation and just pissing people off. So they have to keep agitating and pissing off to survive. And if they don't, they're going to lose their money. It's just not going away. And they've taken everything from us, bro. It's got Halo. Halo had like all the LGBT stuff, which is cover for leftist politics, Marxism. It's not about helping those groups. They don't need any help, dude. They don't need any help. We live in a first world society, bro. Took away Halo. And they just took away the booba from everything. Assassin's Creed. We got the remake, Black Flag. They've covered up the booba. They've already put some stupid stuff in it. Even when Ubisoft is basically dead, and if you invested, I don't know, $1,000 5 years ago, you probably have $1 now. Literally something like that. They're still doing it, proving the fact they won't go away until it's dead. It's honestly, wokeness is. It's a literal parasite. It's an intellectual parasite or a cultural
Mirror D80 says bring
whatever,
back fan service.
Whatever you want to call it. It's a parasite, and the parasite will only leave when the host is dead. It is exactly the same as a face hugger. There is no difference between wokeness and a face hugger. Try to find a difference. I will wait. Wokeness, the face hugger, finds a healthy host, a living host. It goes onto the host, whether it's your favorite video game or your favorite movie or the Odyssey or James Bond or whatever it is. Then it infects the host with wokeness, and then the host will die. It won't sell, and then you have something new. You have the xenomorph in its place. The xenomorph is the final product. So it's the Assassin's Creed, the Japanese one, whatever that was. You can't remember the name. It failed so hard. It's got Yasuke in it. It's got some like non-binary female character. That's the xenomorph. It's a hideous abomination of what was before. Then it will die. The host dies. So Ubisoft is dead. Bungie is dead. Hollywood is dead. And it's weird because it's definitely not the prevailing opinion. Even people centre-left don't like wokeness. They definitely don't. I have loads of friends, acquaintances who are centre-left, and even left-wing, and they don't like it. They don't like rings of power. They don't like all these things. So I feel like it's still there and it's not going away, but we're kind of closer than ever, potentially, to try to stymie it, because it's not the prevailing opinion, and people just need to come out and say what they think about it. First and foremost, not spend money on that stuff, but secondly, it needs to become normalized to talk about it and ridicule it. Elon Musk has done so much towards that. He's always reposting stuff regarding woke stuff. So a lot of kids admire him and will see that, and it will make a difference. But the average person just needs to come out and say it. I think you're far less likely to lose your job now, although you still could. But the point is, it's a minority opinion, and a noisy minority have made it look mainstream. And I don't know the details of Soviet Russia, but I do know that the Bolsheviks who managed to take over Russia and turn it communism and all that, they were definitely a minority. So the information from back then suggested that it was quite small, the people who supported them. I think it was around 10%, but because they're super active, they managed to do something about it. And people who don't support wokeness it's got to be way more than 50%. And even being on 50% as a minority can make it look like a minority, because more than 50% voted for Trump. But if you look to the media, you think, man, everyone hates that guy. Dude, he won the popular vote. But still, people need to come out and talk about it. And if they do that, that's how to get rid of it. That's what I'm doing, bruv. Exactly, JL. No Achilles, bro. So, the James Bond game is coming, right? Pretty soon. That is proper Sweet Baby Inc. style DEI wokeness infected. It's all over that game. What do you lot think? Mirror, there's a pipe in Silent Hill 2? Really? So yeah, Milky. I don't really want to play Monster Hunter 2 because they've clearly put like race diversity. They put like forced black characters into it and female characters. I feel it looked like that compared to the other ones. And this is another thing, like Japanese games, they'd always have Japanese characters or white characters. It's just culturally they did it, and then they started to put like brown and black characters in because of DI departments in Capcom.
Milkatima Kesting says, I haven't seen a single ad for the James Bond games. Lim Shalsu says, I don't know how I feel about James Bond.
You lot were a bit loud. Again, when Japanese people used to put black people in video games, they were fucking cool. Everyone wanted to play as them. But now they make, because it's overseen by DEI, they have to be a little bit victimized and just weird, like a projection of their weak-ass selves. I remember the black characters when I was growing up. Streets of Rage on Mega Drive. What was he called? Adam. Everyone loved that guy. And they'd always have a white and a black character. And that was some diversity quota a bit back then. But it didn't feel nefarious. You felt, well, like, why not have some black people in video games? Because there are black people out there. But now they always victimize them. You could tell.
Milkatima Kesting says Monhan has always been like that, though.
Really? For real? If that's the case, then I'd consider playing it. Isn't it a bit crap, though, that game? You're playing it. Proper insulting. Is it rock? Can it be rock hard? Man, you wait till you see James Bond. Do you want to watch? Do you want to watch some of the James Bond trailer? It's actually painful to watch.
Raycol Brown Amory says, big up Johnny, yes I hear you remember DJ in Street Fighter.
Right. Yeah, like back then. What's up, Ray? And so the interesting thing is how like white people and black people can identify with white and black characters, right?
WR says,
what's up, Alpha?
Like, subscribe, hit the notification bell.
Yes, please. Thank you. Because when there was...
Milkatima Kesting says it's much easier at the beginning, but they finally made it challenging.
I might have to do it then. Because do you remember when it got to the point where they were forcing so much black representation into games that then like part of the argument against that was... the argument for it from leftists was black people want to see someone like themselves. And then the argument was like, this isn't about seeing someone like yourself. But having said that, then you could argue that well, because groups vote along ethnic lines. This is something we're noticing recently, especially in the UK, because there's more and more ethnic groups and ethnic voting, like the Muslim vote, for example. It's not even a debate that people vote along ethnic lines. White people, according to polls, do it the least out of everyone. But people do. So if people vote along ethnic lines, it means they do identify with an ethnicity. And so therefore you can argue that, well, I want to see someone like myself. So I was thinking about that recently because I used to say I don't need to see someone like myself. But then when you see a historical game that's set in Europe or medieval times, there definitely weren't a lot of black people, if any, at that time. So then the people who said you don't need to see someone like yourself want to see someone like themselves. But then you could argue, well, that's actually historical. So to suspend your disbelief and to respect history, and that's the core of the game, is something historical. That's the theme and aesthetic and the energy. Then you should keep it like that. Then you still could say, well, you shouldn't have to see someone like yourself just for the sake of it. It should have some kind of accuracy. But then the other argument is, well, it's just a game. But if it's just a game, why not put like a giant, like 50-legged octopus? It wouldn't be an octopus then, would it? Like running around. It's got to have some kind of relatable truths in it. But saying all of that, I do remember like loving the black characters back in the day. It was cool. And my cousin's black. So my cousin used to pick the black character and I used to pick the white character. And it was all good. And I think now we've got this horrible bastardization of progressivism where it's gone too far. It's gone way too far into victimhood. That's where it all went wrong. But I feel like the 90s was the closest we ever got to this kind of utopia where we're all the same and we're all, you know, we all do it together and, you know, people aren't judgmental and stuff. I felt we were really fucking close. There was representation in video games and all that kind of stuff. And black people in the UK at that point, again, it was something similar to the USA, which is 13% of the population. So it made sense that they'd be in games, but not you know, 50-50 because there was less.
Brown Amory says you playing 007 game.
No, because it has woke shit in it, dude. Well, this is the thing. Like, I want to watch the trailer, but I want to play the trailer so people can see how woke it is, but I don't want to watch it because it's so woke. But yeah, I felt in the 90s was the closest we ever got to this kind of utopia where it's different races and ethnicities and we all get along. And at that time it was more celebrated, right? Do you remember all the black culture in the 90s with hip hop, right? It was like Biggie and P. Diddy, like, let's not go there, but you know, all the rappers and stuff. And it was this kind of free market celebration of the American dream. And it wasn't steeped in victimhood, right? And even when they said lyrics about the harshness of life, it didn't feel like victimhood. It didn't feel like give me something. It was fuck all that. I'm going to go out and get it myself, because we do live in a free system. And although there are some things that make it difficult, if I really want to make it, it is possible. It was far more positive, and people would joke about each other's races and stuff. And I felt that was the closest we ever got. And I think where it went wrong is when it became infused with victimhood. Like, you did this to me, you took this from me, so give something to me. And then it became DEI, and then it became monetized. So people had to create this problem of racism in order to get paid and make money and monetize from it. Do you know what I'm saying? And it all went wrong after that.
Says the pipe inch 2 is hidden at the gas station stuck in the bonnet of a car before entering the hospital makes the game easier.
Bro, how would you ever work that out? How would you work that out, bro? So, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Ray says, yeah, 90s were more close. We got along, but many things now messed up. Exactly. And so 90s, it was like a melting pot, and it was loads of cultures, and that there was drum and bass music, and that was from, you know, like black culture. It's my favorite thing ever, drum and bass music. And there's loads of things and like exotic food and all that. But then it got to the point where now there's so much migration.
Says through the course of multiple playthroughs.
It's, you know, in London was a really good mix of that, and it works. But when you have so much migration, the native populace is disappearing. I think that's where it gets weird, especially when it's infused in victimhood. When it's infused in victimhood, it becomes this giant struggle session of resentment and hatred, and like, you've done this and you've taken this and give me this, and that's never going to fucking work. Yeah. Dude, Silent Hill is a good memory for me. We were doing that last year. Around this time in August we played it. The combat is janky as F, right? But the whole aesthetic and game is good.
Mirror D80 says, brother, there's a director's cut version of the game. It includes the add-on where you play as Maria, called Born from a Wish.
Oh yeah?
Ray Carl Brown Amory says that was scary. Slee and Hill the remake 2 was good.
Yeah.
Mirror D80 says you don't need to finish it to play it.
Oh, really? Isn't Maria the really hateful, nasty, annoying brunette girl? Who's the blonde one? Do you know what though? Silent Hill 2 has an all-time moment in gaming. When you go into the bowling alley and the music comes on from Akira, what's his name? Something Aoka. Got brain freeze. The music comes on from Akira. Silent Hill 2, mate. Silent Hill 2 original. You go into the bowling alley and the music comes on. Dun, dun, and you're walking around and it's like Twin Peaks, mate. It's like Twin Peaks. And it's oh my God, is that a moment? I can hear the music now. That soundtrack is one of the greatest soundtracks of all time in gaming. Yeah, Akira Yamaoka. Not in question. Not in question. Yeah, you go into the bowling alley. And the music is so good and there's neon lights and stuff. I think. And it's a respite from all the horror because there's no enemies in there. And you don't want to leave. Our soundtrack is so damn good. Oh yeah, and then we made a rap about Pyramid Head. What was the pizza delivery part? I don't remember that. Bro, I haven't eaten enough yogurt. I need to eat more. So you lot might see the Japanese cops on this stream today. So the other day, I was sleeping. And someone woke me up. And I really need my sleep. I can't function if I don't sleep. Literally, like, my life will end.
Ray Cull Brown Amory says you remember Eddie, he so must up.
Eddie? Bruv, there's so much yogurt here that I didn't eat. Foolish. And I looked at the video monitor. And it was a cop. It was a Japanese cop at my door. I didn't answer. I saw, mate, you're waking me up. You actually have no right to come in. What is this all about? So I just turned it off and went back to bed. But obviously I've got to, if he comes back, I've got to talk to him. So I put the doorbell on and now I'm awake and my apartment's not a mess. If he comes back, I'll answer the door. But you might get to see Japanese cop. I'm guessing it was a noise complaint. Maybe. Because I was kind of smashing the music recently. And it happened once before. They called the cops on me because I played the music too loud. And 2 cops came that time. But this time, he looked like such a twat. He was this little guy and he had this big yellow book and it was open. It's like, bro, get the hell out of here. Like, don't bother me. Honestly, my life is just about leave me alone. Like, don't talk, just leave me alone. Don't talk to me. I'm doing my thing. I'm not bothering anybody. Just leave a man alone. That's all I want, is to be left alone. That's literally all I fucking want. People can't leave me the fuck alone. Don't bother anyone. Don't cause any trouble. People can't leave me alone. So I'm guessing it could have also been they do a routine check, which is a nothing burger, where they ask for the ID and stuff. I think that may be what the big yellow book was, but I don't even fucking know what the big yellow book was. But he looked like a busybody do-gooder. I just thought, nah, bro. Thanks, Mirror. So yeah, but I kind of hope he does come back because I want to know what it was. Actually, no, I don't hope he comes back. What the fuck could it be? If it's a noise complaint, then I'll have to move out here because I need to make noise. So I guess that is what it is. So I'm still dieting and I did give up sweets. I did give up pizza and all that. So did it last Wednesday. So I was going to do 2 weeks, literally no carbs. I went 11 days. Then my kind of freelance employer, who I do consultancy for, he had a client go to Japan. So I had to take care of basically international relations. So I had to take his client. They wanted to have a ramen, and that's a no-no for me. But yeah, it's kind of work, so I had to do it. And I just had a small one, and it was okay because I could already feel after 11 days no carbs. I went to the gym, and the bench press was really hard. My body's starting to feel like, give me some carbs, as long as it's not refined sweets. So I did that yesterday, and yeah. So then I had some mango, and then I had some mango today, and then I'll have some mango tomorrow. But then I go 2 weeks no carbs again to make up for it. As long as I'm on a calorie deficit, it doesn't really matter. And actually, it's probably going to help me in the gym tomorrow. But I had this ramen in Akihabara. It's called an EAK ramen. EAK ramen is one of the most famous ramens out here. It started in Yokohama, and it's written in English, IE, yeah, KEIA, EAK, and it's a type of ramen that's pork and chicken. Usually they're pork or like soy sauce or salt or miso, but it's pork and chicken. It looks very Japanese, a very brown broth, some nori seaweed, an egg, and some chashi, the pork belly. There's one place in Akihabara, it always has a huge line, and it's only Japanese people. It looks a bit dirty, which is what they call kita nashuran if it's tasty. Kita means kitanai, which means dirty, and nashuran means natural, so it's dirty, natural. Believe it or not, dirty looking places can often be some of the best. Why is that? I don't know, but I'm guessing it's because the demand is so high. They don't give a fuck about appearance. Why bother? And actually, that gives it this weird kind of individual charm and lack of like mainstream appeal. And it's actually really and it makes it feel kind of weirdly homely inside and down to earth, which is in contrast to some of the modern EAK. They're everywhere now, which have sterile fluorescent lighting, and it feels like you're in a freaking food hospital or something. And the pork doesn't look good, but when you eat it, it's actually quite good and fresh. The broth is banging, but it's not overdone. Usually ramen's quite elegant, the famous ones, and there's quite a lot going on under the hood. But it's like a humble ramen, hits the spot. It's not 10 out of 10 delicious craziness, but it does the job, and it's really decent. So that was actually quite good. Sup, Slubs?
Mirror D80 says that's what I call it cause the big guy was eating pizza at the bowling alley. Mirror D80 says yup Eddie. Rachel Brown Amory says what did you? Mirror D80 says I like Vincent in Silent Hill 3. Slub69 says what's happening Gaylord? Bradublia says, Japanese police officer yellow booked while working their beat, often from a Koban or local police box. They are typically talking about the comprehensive neighborhood registry known as the Juminhaya.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
D80 says have you played the first Red Dead Redemption Johnny Id on PS5 remastered from the PS3 version?
No.
Milkatima Kesting says so it's not Ichiran lol.
It's not Ichiran. And I was eating the broth and I kept going, and I hardly ever do that. But it wasn't a 10 out of 10, it was an 8 out of 10, And I feel that this ramen, that's what it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be this masterpiece. It's supposed to hit the spot. But in a way, sometimes all you want is something that hits the spot. So I felt it was a really great ramen. It's called Bushoya. And I think that's some of the Japanese symbols means it's a shogun thing, so some samurai thing. But it's my first EAK ramen, and Machirin, she says EAK is her favorite. And so you have the regular kind of ramen, then you have the EAK ramen, a bit more humble. And the famous thing about EAK ramen is it always comes with a free rice, and apparently there's a really good blog on ramen. It's in English and it's totally accurate and historically accurate. It gives you a lot of historical information, and I was reading it about EAK, and it said a lot of people who go to EAK go mainly for the rice. And this is the thing foreigners don't know, is a large portion of Japanese people get a rice with their ramen, and what they do is they usually just put the broth into the rice, but you can put anything into the rice, the nori, the seaweed, the egg, anything you like. And one of the reasons I think people like ramen here is because there's so many rules. And
Mirror D80 says Grand Theft Cowboy Open World. I started a new game, one of the most iconic endgames, no spoilers.
Thank you. Thank you, Brad. Very generous, mate. One of the... yeah, you can't... Because Japan has so many rules and food is their religion, in a way. You can't deconstruct food. You can't take the fish off the sushi. You can't ask for extra this or that, usually, within the rules of the dish. But ramen is pretty much the only food I can think of in Japan where you can kind of mess with it. You can take anything out of the ramen and put it into the rice and mix it up and stir it. And then
Shalsu says wrong, eat the noodles. Put the rice in the broth. Raquel Brown Amory says sorry, I should have what up champ winning the title. I show the lift arty a playful side.
Bro, I can't believe we did it. Slubs, 2 weeks sober. Big up, mate. Congratulations, my man. How you feeling, bro? Keep it up. So you can deconstruct ramen. And someone I used to be close to, he said he takes a sip of the broth first, and then he puts the soup into the rice, and then we'll eat some of that, and then he'll start eating the noodles. And this place, I was watching people eat it, and yeah, the guy put his whole egg into the rice, and he put a lot of the soup.
Kesting says that's because ramen is originally Chinese and they don't have to show respect, lol.
Maybe it comes from something like that. I'm doomed. I can't stop you lot talking.
Shalsu says our man comrade slubs.
I used to be able to stop you lot talking, but now I can't. So now I'm doomed. Okay, we'll have to just go interrupt-tastic. It's all about you today. I'm never going to be able to pay attention. I can't already even anticipate in the comments.
Good work, Slubs69.
Nice one, Slubs. Slubs, what did you replace the booze with? 69ing. So the other interesting thing about EAK ramen is it can come with spinach on it. I never thought they put spinach in a ramen, but it works so goddamn well. I feel like it was the missing ingredient. And then people say on the reviews for this place, they put the spinach into the rice because the spinach absorbs the soup.
Limshalsu says we were worried about you.
Thank you. Yeah. I got a message from your brother. Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate it. Lima. So that ramen, it's probably the best ramen I've ever had. And again, I think ramen's is too pretentious in Japan. It shouldn't try to be more than it is.
Says Metal Gear PC Orca was delisted. The new one better have those 4-player boss battles when it drops in August on PS5.
What? 4-player boss battle? So I'll show you this ramen, yeah? Let me know what you think.
Bradwr says cheers slubs but ginger ale. Mirror D80 says
Nice.
Time Crisis KO out on PS5 but no trophies yet. Lim Shalsu says bok choy is the superior ramen edition.
Never, bruv. You gotta come out. Oh, have you been out here? Is it better? Actually, fuck, I don't even know. I don't think I've had that. It's popular in America though, right? There's a Resident Evil shooting game, a light gun game, right? That's just come out in Japan. I need to see that.
Bradwr says bok choy supremacy for sure Chalsu.
Bok choy supremacy. Bok choy, bruv. Ushoya ramen. This one, EAK.
Shalsu says, my brother in Christ, the tender bitterness of bok choy surpasses spinach all day.
Really?
Fatima Kesting says you should try it out. It looks like Resi Chronicles but with the new graphics and actors. Mirror D80 says, I'm planning on visiting Universal World May next year. There's a Resident Evil section with that light gun game, I think. Slub69 says, I love Rame.
I love Rame too. So I think EAK has a red.
69 says ramen.
Right, I think EAK has a red counter. I think I'm learning what EAK is now. And the other thing I like about it is because it doesn't look very appealing to Westerners. We keep it exclusive out here. No Westerner is going to eat that because it doesn't look. It probably looks good to a Japanese. That does not look good to a Westerner. That pork looks really sorry for itself, I feel. But it was really, really good. And the thing I like about the noodles is they're a little bit thicker than normal. I hate thin noodles. I'm not keen on thin noodles in a ramen. I don't think it works. Yeah, the whole history of ramen is wrong according to me. But I do feel that way. But yeah, this is what it looks like. I feel that does not look very appetizing at all. Nothing about it. But look, it's just, the meat is good. The broth is solid. I hate the word broth as well. The soup. And the rice, you can put some pickles in it.
Lin Shalsu says, does Eat have spicy ramen?
But they do disgusting shit in Japan like this, bro. What the fuck are you, like, yeah. And this is the thing. Okay, so this ramen is one step away from the Jiro ramen. So Jiro ramen is the pure blasphemy of ramen. It's the antichrist of ramen.
I hate sand.
The antichrist of ramen. It's a parody of ramen. A dark parody.
Slug69 says how much?
It's expensive for ramen, but it was about £5. It's about £5. And yeah, Jiro is the next phase. So it's a dark parody of ramen. You can ask, if you ask for the max, they'll put bean sprouts on it. Literally that high. It will look like that. No Japanese food is like that. Dark parody of ramen. And you can have grated garlic, a huge clump of raw, it's disgusting, raw garlic. And you can put extra fat. It's just this huge blanket of fat. And apparently it was created by this guy who was just giving students what they wanted from a local university. So it got out of control. But it's Japanese people are famed for being slender and, you know, not greedy with their portions. But of course we're humans, and underneath there's probably a lot of Japanese who feel like any other race of people. They just want to fucking pig out and let go.
Fatima Kesting says, I would say that looks good, but I'm built different, I've come to find out.
And so Jiro is the kind of people who go for Jiro ramen. They're like the kind of people who are gamblers. You see them hanging outside pachinko parlors. They're the dregs of society. They are the worst people ever. They scratch their hair, like dandruff is coming out when you're sitting next to them. They stink. They often stink of booze, and you can smell their fetid, like halitosis booze breath when they're eating. They always get ridiculous clumps of raw minced garlic and put it everywhere. And your eyes are watering because the guy next to you has so much. It's disgusting. Okay, they slurp their noodles, which is kind of gross, but I do it too. But not only do they slurp their noodles, which you can argue is necessary because the soup is hot and it stops it being so hot, but after they slurp it, you can now close your mouth, but they have no concept of manners, and they just go. It's so disgusting, dude. They'll sneeze, they'll full on blow their nose. You can hear all the snot and mucus coming out, and wipe their nose and they'll put it on the counter. When they leave the restaurant, they'll sneeze in front of you, or they'll be sick and they'll have a mask if they're trying to be considerate to not get the globules on you, and they'll just cough violently. I've got sick because a guy came out and he just coughed everywhere. I had the cold as soon as I got home. Jiro it's a hellhole of ramen. It's so horrible. But I've been to one, and it's weirdly addictive. Not in really a good way, and it's kind of chemically way. I don't know what they put in it, but even though it's messed up, you kind of want to go back for more. But I never had the really messed up Jiro ramen. But Jiro ramen is similar to EAK in that it's not as elegant, And in these places, there's a cloth which you pick up and wipe the counter with. Again, there's hygiene issues. Like everyone's touching the same cloth and wiping up with it. Better than no cloth, I would say. But yeah, so I would say this is one of the best styles. EAK. That's Matchroom's favorite. Jiro ramen is just absolute filth. Legendary cult favorite. But there's loads of these now. You're going to get some silly, but yeah, it's so disgusting, dude. It's so disgusting. Again, you got the red counter. Dude, that is raw garlic. How can any human want to do that? You can't see it. Look at this. That will be in your mouth for fucking a week, bro. That garlic. Look, it's so disgusting, bro. The pork is actually really good usually. It's very, very soft, and even though it's fatty and soft, you might think you want that roasted and crispy. It's still really decent. Oh, but this is that's just a silly one. Let's just take it. But this is the thing, that they lean into the ridiculousness and abomination of the gyro. It's so dirty, bro. The garlic is so dirty, so nasty. You can imagine the people who go for this is always men, and they're staring at the floor. They got loads of dandruff. They're coughing. They're blowing their nose with snot everywhere. They do disgusting shit, man. Some people make it as disgusting as possible. It's so disgusting, bro. So I've seen people, they'll have a raw egg in a tiny little bowl, and they'll take out all the garlic infused bean sprouts and like dip it into the nasty raw egg. But you know the mucousy white part of the egg, it's all intertwined in it, and then they'll be sipping it with the raw egg and garlic and raw garlic. It's disgusting, bro. So disgusting. It's one of the worst parts of Japanese culture I've ever seen. That's the famous Jiro ramen sign. Even the sign, see how it's all kind of dirty and stuff. So filthy. But yeah, Butayama. This is the one that I would go to quite a lot. And honestly, the last time I went here, I was going all the time. I said to myself, never again. This is actually disgusting. The soup doesn't even really taste that nice. Let's see how nasty this is, bro. They put mayonnaise on the ramen. It's so filthy. It's actually not very good. I just go because the noodles are wavy and thick, and I like the carb hit from the noodles. But actually, the soup is just it's all right, but it's not good, and a lot of it's nasty. And if you go here and you don't really have an empty stomach, I honestly felt I had this cursed bowl of noodles that never ended. It says the large one is 300 grams of noodles, but it feels like 600 or 700 or 800. And no matter how many noodles I ate, I just couldn't get rid of it. And it just looks like trash. That does not look appetizing. But the pork is actually, it's very easy to eat and soft, but it's just something so sinister about it all, I feel. But yeah, no, sometimes it would hit the spot. It would sometimes.
Milkatima Kesting says most cultures use mayo for everything. IDKY people call it the white people condiment. Slub69 says mayo in soup. FFSGTF outta here.
I know, bro. But can you imagine now the dude next to you has he's got a raw egg he's stirred up, and he's putting like minced raw garlic with mayonnaise on it, and the beans right in there, and after he's slurping it up, and dude, I saw a guy in there. He was really gaunt, and he just looked really creepy. And he tied something on his head like a Banzai headband with his fucking egg yolk. And it's just, bro, you people are degenerates, man. So every time I go to this place, I'm thinking like, don't sit me next to some twat. And honestly, 8 to 9 times out of 10, I'm sitting next to some asshole, or they'll fucking sit down next to me. And also, people are noisy and talk in this place. You're not supposed to fucking talk. It's supposed to be head down, I'm going to eat. These dudes. And you get dudes, they get their phone and put it on a little stand. They're so addicted to their phone, they have a stand for it. And they're watching, they're not even looking at their food, they're looking at their phone like fucking zombie drones, and like slurping up this raw. It's disgusting, man. It is the most horrible part of Japanese culture. And yet I would go there, but you're braving it, bro, because you're going to end up sitting next to some absolute degenerate.
Says you are describing a chijayu. No.
What's that?
Slub69 says, bro, that would really wind me up.
Bro, like, and they'll play abrasive, stupid Japanese music. So I would go with noise cancelling headphones, but I threw one of mine away by accident, so I had to wear earplugs. But even then, dude will sit next to me, and when he orders, I'm praying, don't order minced garlic, don't order minced garlic, don't order minced garlic, and he'll say mashi mashi, which is the most minced garlic you can possibly have. And he puts the bowl down. Immediately, my eating experience is sour because in my nostrils is a pure waft of mince, a fucking baseball-sized clump of raw garlic. And my eyes are watering because of this. It's disgusting, man. It's horrible. And if you're super lucky, you'll get to go in the corner away from everyone.
Bradublia says, your British colonizer genes start kicking in.
Exactly.
Savages.
I know, bro. This is it, man. We're born to do it.
Sounds blast of time slurping and eating mock lol. Lim Shelsu says, what is abrasive Japanese music, dude?
So it's going to be like baby, baby, some kind of techno trance pop abomination. God, it looks so terrible, doesn't it? It's way better than it looks, but look at that though, bro. Freaking hell. I'm never going to go here again. The noodles are really satisfying, but my God, bro. They're so nasty. So, look at that. But this dude's mixed it up like a fool. Oh, it's so gross, bro.
Milkatima Kesting says a Chigu is the type of person who would order extra cheese on their gyuden.
Oh, no. Oh, right, well, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, it looks so filthy, bro. You can tell I'm going to go eat one of these in about an hour. It's so filthy. Well, I mean, we should read the article on this because it's actually fascinating. This is one of the best blogs I've ever read. Yeah.
Lim Shelsu says, okay, I was afraid you were referring to Enka.
Nah. I can't stop your comments. This is mental. Or maybe I can. This article is absolutely amazing. I didn't know this until recently. I've been here for freaking ages. Ramen. Jiro, Japan's most infamous food cult. When it comes to cult followings and sheer gnarliness of food, there is one ramen chain that conquers them all. Ramen Jiro. Jiro's unique over-the-top bowls have made it one of Japan's most divisive food phenomenons. In short, Jiro's ramen is everything that Japanese cuisine is famously not. It's ridiculously heavy and fatty. It uses cheap, easily sourced ingredients. The bowls are thrown together hastily rather than assembled with care. Portion sizes are enormous, and the ramen shops themselves tend to be grimy and dirty. The service experience is deliberately curt, if not overtly rude. So the one near me is not like this, but I feel the one near me isn't true Jiro. It's close though. And yet, scores of ramen heads dream of Jiro. The brand is beloved. At each of the 41 Ramen Jiro locations across Japan, there is usually a steady line of customers waiting at the door during all hours of operation. Even Elon Musk and Keanu Reeves are known to be fans. This week we're taking a deep dive into the cultural phenomenon of Jiro and exploring how it has pushed the boundaries of what is considered to be acceptable in Japanese ramen. Bro, okay. Okay, yeah, so a regular bowl of ramen with the ninniku yasai topping course. So ninniku is garlic, yasai is vegetable. Standard sized extra garlic and vegetable toppings. So that's extra, but it's not the biggest. The biggest is, they say, mashi mashi. This branch is known as one of the stricter Jiro locations. A set of rules pasted in the shop asks customers to eat as fast as possible. See, any business that does that to the customers, I say F you, bro, because you can't just say eat and get the F out. We know that you want that because you want another customer, but still, it's the fact that they'd even say that off the bat. Why would you go to somewhere that hates you like that? There's no kind of community here at all. Before we get into details, here is Ramen Beast's Abram Plout on how Jiro hooked him and made him a fanatic. I have to admit, Jiro is a style I overlooked for many years when I was first getting deep into ramen eating in Japan. I knew there was something badass about the intensity of the ramen they serve and the down and dirty nature of the shops. I mean, this is a bowl where the soup is so potent, almost no one drinks it beyond a few sips. Shit, that's where I've been going wrong. Like a lot of people though, that's so not Japanese food. Like a lot of people though, I kind of felt that all Jiro locations were more or less the same. So I focused my energy on exploring many of the other diverse ramen genres and innovations that Japan had to offer. It was only in the past year or so that I started to dig deeper, and the more I learned, the more intrigued I became. Everything about this shop is unique. You need to know code words to order properly. Somehow the food tastes so much better than it should. The bowls are 2 to 3 times the size of the average bowl of ramen in Japan, yet remain cheap, always less than 1,000 yen or about $10. And even for someone like me who has visited thousands of ramen shops, eating at Jiro can be really intimidating, which is something I've learned to love. So far, I've been to 39 of the current 41 Jiro branches and dozens of the Jiro-inspired shops that serve a Jiro-style bowl. This guy's a maniac. Here are some of the other things that keep me coming back for more. So yeah, this is true. It does taste better than it should. And they do have this list of vocabulary you need to use to order. Although in the one I went to, they were quite forgiving. But it's complicated because you should just be able to say, tsukuname or futsu or whatever. So small or medium or large or max. But each different topping has a different word. So you can't just say large, the same word for the noodle, for the garlic, for the bean sprouts, and for the fat. Each one has a different word for large, so for super large. So mashi I think is garlic, but then other ones have a different word. I'm thinking, why the fuck do you have a different word for a lot for different parts of the dish? It's really weird. The ritual for most Jiro heads, or Jirorians as they call themselves, dude, this business is so wrong. So it's really fucking cheap. So you can't make a lot of money from ramen. I do know this because I do know people out here who have restaurants. But you probably could if it was cheap and you kick your customers out and you make a culture where it's eat and get the F out. That's why you're supposed to clean the table yourself. Who'd want to make a business like this where you hate your customers? I guess if you wanted to keep a distance from the business and just treat people like drones, okay. The ritual. For most Jiro heads, or Jirorians as they call themselves, patronizing a ramen Jiro branch becomes a meditative ritual, almost a religious type experience. Each shop has a similar flow with similar rules. Because the rules are strictly enforced, one learns to enjoy the predictable rhythms of the shop. Generally, there is no talking by the customers at all inside any Jiro branch. There is no wasting time. Each customer knows this and enjoys the silence or occasional radio as they crush their bowl in peace and quickly slip out. I wish it was like this. So imagine this place with all the kind of weird idiosyncrasies we've just talked about, for better or worse. But people are talking and being annoying. That's like my local branch. It's hell on earth. The master makes 5 or 6 bowls at a time. You have to be ready to show your ticket, take your seat, make your toppings call, take a quick photo of the bowl if you want to, then slurp with determination. You're expected to eat quickly, no funny business. Each customer knows exactly how it will play out every time. Each customer leaves fully satisfied every time. Those who don't know the rules learn to fall in line quickly. They have no other choice. You can already see, bro. Do you want to eat in here? Jirorians at work. The customization. To most people, Jiro style is just Jiro style. They're all the same, right? But in reality, not only do the branches have vast differences in soup, emulsification level, and noodles, thickness and shape, the toppings vary as well. There are toppings via the ticket machine for 50 to 100 yen at some locations, or free toppings on the garlic call when the shop master asks each customer how they want their bowl prepared. More on this below. Some of these toppings are fixtures at certain branches, others are limited or seasonal. Combine that with being able to customize each bowl with the standard call options, volume of garlic, vegetables, pork fat, tare, drizzle, that sauce, and you get a wide spectrum of completely different tasting bowls. Some shops even offer tsukemen, which is dipping noodles, shirunashi, soupless ramen, or special seasonal bowls. Within the 41 ramen jiro locations alone, the combinations are seemingly endless. So for Jirorians, this means shops must be visited again and again to really understand the menu and different options. I kind of get this. Dude, look how freaking horrible that is. Who is eating raw minced garlic like that? That's the worst part. Okay. And this is also weird. So you say ninniku yasai. Ninniku yasai means extra garlic and veggies, but ninniku means garlic and yasai means veggies, but doesn't say extra. So it's a weird terminology. Why don't you say extra for extra? You just say the name of the things for the extra. Doesn't make sense. Nostalgia and value. It's quite true that one bowl of jiro can sustain most adults for a full day. The large size is actually way too big for most people, and some shops don't even allow first-time customers to order it. In fact, regardless of what size ramen you order, if you don't eat all the noodles, you'll be warned by the staff to order a smaller size next time. Leaving noodles uneaten is frowned upon. Repeat offenders apparently get lifetime bans. Also, don't eat jiro for lunch on the same day that you have dinner plans. The same way a cigar lingers on your tongue the next day, the garlic, fat, and MSG goodness of jiro can linger on your breath and come out of your pores long after it's been consumed. And yet, if you can find that one bowl of jiro with the perfect toppings in just the right balance for your tastes, it will give you just as much satisfaction as the most refined bowl of ramen anywhere in Japan, made with the most premium ingredients. It's almost magical, like how a really good cheeseburger done right can give you more pleasure than a $200 premium filet mignon. This article is freaking 10 out of 10. It's so well written, flows beautifully. For many of Tokyo's seniors, the most comforting bowls of ramen are the ones that remind them of their childhood, simple old school chuka style and shoyu ramen. But to many of Tokyo's middle-aged folks who grew up in the 80s, 90s and Y2K, the nostalgic bowl which brings them back to their college days is ramen jiro. How many foods in the world are extremely intimidating to eat but give you such intense satisfaction and fill you up for an entire day, all while costing less than $10? If any bowl is worthy of being called a ramen beast, this one might just be it. And again, businesses that offer things that are cheap, and that's their main selling point, you get the worst people from society, right? So this is as cheap as possible. Get in, get the F out, make more money. Nasty, bro. So the article is freaking long. It goes on. It kind of explains what it is. But yeah, pork bone broth. This article is massive, bro. This apparently is the OG jiro. Is this dude who made it. And he made it for local students, apparently. Like I said, brainchild of Yamada Takumi. Master Yamada opened his first ramen shop in 1968 near Tokyo's Toritsu Daigaku station. He openly admits he had never made or eaten a single bowl of ramen before attempting to start his own shop, but it was growing in popularity, and the ingredients could be gotten for cheap. It struck him as a good business. Unsurprisingly though, his initial amateur efforts were so terrible that he was on the verge of quitting until a chef from a neighbouring Chinese restaurant came in and graciously taught him the basics of preparing a delicious bowl. That's why it's fucked up. Milkatia said that. She said that. She guessed it. According to some, Yamada received additional inspiration from one of his few regular customers, a guy from Hokkaido who lived in a nearby company dormitory. That's like proper salaryman Matrix Hive, who urged the chef to make his ramen more distinctive and innovative somehow. Could this be the origin of Jiro's use of Oshon flour from Hokkaido? Whatever the case, in his shop's second iteration, Yamada-san struck upon the porky, salty, thick noodle template that would become his claim to fame. Did you lot know about this? So he relocated his shop near Keio University, and in the new location, Yamada's customers would be made up almost exclusively of hungry college kids, almost uniformly dudes, who were short on cash, and it was here that he struck gold. Yamada-san is a famously gruff, no bullshit character, and much of the Jiro brand's identity descends from his personality. Unfussy about its cooking, Yamada began bluntly asking some of his college kid regulars what they wanted more of in their ramen. Quickly, the portions of meat grew larger, the pile of vegetables it grew into a mountain, and huge spoonfuls of garlic and drizzlings of back fat became popular add-ons, and thanks to his working-class ingredients, his prices remained rock bottom. Words of Jiro's monstrous cost-effective bowls soon began to spread, and lines formed daily of hungry students looking to get their fill. And then, like, his students, he gave them permission to open their own Ramen Jiro branch locations. So this is just the product of dumb teenagers in university who don't know the first thing about anything, who just say, give me more of everything, and just dirty and filthy and rolling out. It's horrible, bro. I'm not about this life. Jiro is mental, bro. I don't think this works in the West either.
Milkatima Kesting says, she almost best girl if Rise didn't exist. Mirror D80 says I have a top 10 to 15 best demons persona list.
So there's no fucking way this would work in the West. Nobody would buy this, bro.
Mirror D80 says yup.
Next, you might be wondering if it's so popular, why is it so divisive? It says. Two reasons. The first is the atmosphere of the shop and regimented ordering style. It makes it quite intimidating for visitors. Every Jiro master is a soup nasty. The shops have Nazi. The shops have strict rules, such as no photos beside the ramen, no excessive talking, sometimes no talking at all, which is taken very seriously by the chefs. Yeah, and then they come up to you and...
Milkatima Kesting says we eat a lot of garbage.
Bro, I'm doomed. Yeah, they say ninniku irimasu ka? Do you want garlic? Hesitate or show confusion about the options available. You'll be sure to be met with a death glare.
Says, damn, forget to switch to all chat again.
Expect everyone else in the shop to regard you just as frostily if you get your order wrong. And don't dare think about not finishing your bowl. The second aspect of its controversy is that Jiro turns many off the food is the food itself, which doesn't conform with any typical image of Japanese ramen. The incredibly fatty soup, ridiculously thick noodles, and unnecessary amounts of garlic and vegetables turn many devoted ramen enthusiasts and casual eaters away. You either love it or you hate it, and there's rarely any in between. Some rauta, or ramen otaku, aka ramen heads who aren't fans, will even go as far as to insist that Jiro shouldn't be considered ramen at all. I kind of agree with this. Look at the filthy machine, bro. It's disgusting. This is the other... So people say Japanese food's super clean and they have open kitchens, and they do. It's better than the closed kitchen, but I mean, I've seen plenty of cockroaches in Japanese kitchens, dude. Yeah, it's the antichrist of ramen. It's proper blasphemy. Okay, it tells you how to order, which is pretty useful. But just say sonomama. Sonomama means you get the regular with no garlic. Yeah, so as I said, sukuname. So you say the name of the topping, abura sukuname, that fat, a little bit. Ninniku sukuname, a little bit of garlic. So sukuname, you can use for any topping, fat, or garlic, and so on, and vegetables. But if you want to have more, you can't say just this. You have to use a special one, which really pisses me off. Yeah, zen mashi. Mashi is where shit goes wrong. That means extra portion. We're talking a huge serving size here. You're getting extra loads. And a Zen mashi is the ultimate. An extra serving of all 4 toppings. If it's your first time at Jiro, do not order this, even if you're incredibly hungry. Jiro locations have been known to excoriate. How do you pronounce that? Excoriate. Yeah. No, excoriate. Excoriate. No, excoriate. Huh? Excoriate. Jiro locations have been known to excoriate and ban customers who order Zen mashi and leave bits in the soup. It's a truly insane amount of food, garlic, and fat. Addictiveness. My love for Jiro is the closest thing to a drug addiction I can think of in my life, like an itchy crack addict begging for a rock. I've made a visit to a Jiro or Jiro inspired shop weekly for as long as I can remember. I grew up in... Oh my god, this guy... What? Okay. This might sound like a stupid answer, but I just love the simplicity of the ramen at Jiro. Jiro is the regression of modern ramen's evolution. While other shops insist on using high-end ingredients and finding refined ways to produce umami components without the use of MSG, Jiro blatantly scoops it in by the spoonful. That's why, while dumping questionable raw pork bones into the pot minutes before ladling a bowl of the next waiting customer. He likes the community. Wow, this is some weird obsession, bro. Would you lot eat this? That's my question.
Slub69 says I hate message.
MSG.
Mirror D80 says can we name the robot voice? Jeeves.
Whatever you like, bruv.
Ramble Brown Avery says no.
EAK ramen. See, he did an article as well on this. That's basically what... But this doesn't look appetizing to Westerners, does it? It doesn't look good, but it is really good. One of Japan's most popular but critically underappreciated ramen. So really it is, man. EAK.
Mirror D80 says can you give him an RV voice?
Arnie? Come
Mirror
on.
D80 says Arnie.
There must be ways.
Says it's the no talking and being forced out for me.
It's not like that in the one near me, but yeah, that's messed up. Come on now. Yeah, this is where it came from. Ramen shop, the original EAK. It doesn't look good, right? But it is. It just is. Yeah, so EAK has a red counter. Comes from Yokohama. So apparently these are the best ones, top 10. Chuka soba. Okay. Look at these. These are the fancy ones, dude. That looks pretty good. What's with these onions and garlic, bro? Raw. Can't be doing that. This I don't like thin noodles. I just don't think it lends itself well to a kind of watery broth. Oh, look at that. But it's the slurping, but also the chewing, the open mouth chewing. Culturally, it disgraces me. It really does. Cultural differences, huh? So, there is no fucking way that I'm autistic. I've realized this. So, I met 2 autistic people yesterday. Bro. I'm not autistic.
69 says the no talking GTF outer here.
So, met this autistic dude. He was lovely, but with the greatest of respect, it was like communicating with a 7-year-old. They'll suddenly, out of nowhere, say, you know, do you know Oh, do you know Bigathor Tenryo? Sorry? Bigathor Tenryo. You know Bigathor Tenryo? What's Bigathor Tenryo? Oh, in this esoteric indie game that no one's heard of, he's the guy who shoots fireballs and does all this. And we're not really even in a game conversation. It's just suddenly out of nowhere. And I'll say, oh, I don't really know Bigathor Tenryo. And I just start talking about something that I've never heard of before and just going on and on and on about it. And then if I add something in the conversation, even a just a kind of meaningless word to show I'm paying attention and go, right, it will break his concentration. And then he has to think and go back. Just talk about things that he's interested in, but really, really obscure stuff out of nowhere before he knows I even have any interest in it whatsoever. And you know, they can't really like eat food properly as well. So the guy, like, he's talking about something, and the food is just sitting there going cold, and everyone else is kind of noticing, but he kind of can't stop. And he was showing me some of the creative stuff he was doing, and it's like a 6-year-old, and he's going, I made this and I did this, and but you look, the guy has some issues, and he is really nice, but also kind of hygiene and stuff. It's like earwax like coming out of his ears and little hairs everywhere, and it's so, oh my god, bro, like a proper autistic person. It's like a child, but they're typically really smart, right? So I couldn't quite work out where this guy's strong point was. It seemed like he was mentally retarded. But then Elon Musk is autistic, right? He doesn't. There's shades of that. It doesn't. I'm not like that. I'm not autistic. It's official. I'm definitely not. If anything, I'm just ridiculous ADD. So yeah, that was interesting. Autism's some serious shit, bro. I understand why people get benefits when they have that, because yeah, socially they super don't fit. They're so in their own world, and when an autistic person meets another autistic person who's on the same wavelength, it must be like fucking heaven on earth. Those two together must be a force. Oh my god. So unfortunately Tottenham didn't get relegated.
Milkatima Kesting says Lemmy, it's called a spectrum for a reason.
Okay.
Mirror D80 says Asperger's syndrome was lumped into having autism, which I think was a big mistake since autism was generally more lesser Ike and Asperger's syndrome higher Ike. Milkatima Kesting says LMAO.
But this guy, it was like talking to a 7-year-old, and I just thought, there's no way that you could ever function in society. It's literally impossible. Because people, I felt bad. I don't want to undermine this person by talking to him like a child, but it was really hard not to sometimes, especially because as well, you know, he questioned himself, and I say, no, man, it's okay. You know, he'd apologize for talking too much, and I say, mate, let it flow, and I genuinely meant that. But I felt, I'm telling a grown adult to let it flow. It feels, it's difficult to know. Well, you know, what else am I supposed to say? I can see how, yeah. So okay, so well, Asperger's, autism.
Ray Carl Brown Amory says, okay, Johnny, I am off to have some breakfast.
Okay, bro, good to see you. What game are we playing next, by the way? I felt like I didn't ever want to stream again after Crimson Desert. What a waste of time, man. I feel used by that game. We could have put all those hours into some really fun things. What did we vote for last time? It was Silent Hill, wasn't it? Might just have to get the ball rolling. We do have Armored Core to do. That's the last FromSoft game.
Mirror D80 says, brother, you should demo Persona 4 on PS2.
Yeah, I mean, am I going to like it though? After Crimson, I'm worried.
Says Saros, bruv.
Okay, so Saros, apparently it's woke and the main character gets cut.
Mirror D80
Can you confirm?
Says Crimson Desert WAYY too big.
Yeah, that game sucks. Do not like. Such a waste of time, huh? That game. The Trumpster.
BrWR says, Far Cry Primal won the vote lol.
Dude, we've already... Look at the graphics. We've already got a thumbnail. It's all there. It's ready to go. But I don't know if it's a good thing to stream. The screenshots are so basic, the graphics. So yeah, I'm assuming it's PS2. Look at that. It's clonking time. Dude, who the hell is this? I think we're going to win this fight. Oh my god. So the other thing is, I need to work out if I'm going to England. And guess what? The flights to England, they're so fucking expensive.
Mirror
the next 2 weeks.
Says it is brother. I got the PS3 version.
Is it worth it? Persona's that good? Alpha? So yeah, oh. I got a shirt with my name on the back, an Arsenal shirt. And I got my best friend's name on the back of the Arsenal shirt. And then we got our special number. Since we were young, we always noticed the time 10:22 p.m. on the clock, 22:22. And because I don't believe in zodiac, but we're both Pisces, so we used to say 22:22. It like represents us. That's our special number. I got 22 on the back. 22:22
says not bothered what you play as long as not crimson.
It ain't crimson, bruv. So my friend's in hospital right now, but he loves Arsenal and he wants to go to the Arsenal parade for the trophy. So I thought I'll go back to see him. That's the main reason. But I'll go back in time for the Arsenal parade. I'll wear his shirt. I'll take photos of it. Hold it. I'll take it off and I'll hold it up. Get a photo next to the team bus. Wear it so it has the energy of the day.
Mirror D80 says, oh, I was talking about Silent Hill 3, but yes, I love Persona 4 too, but need some kind of guide perhaps or a helper for page 4.
So then, because we're a team, right? We're best mates. So if he can't be there physically, I'm going to carry him on my back. I'm going to go. So we both finish the season. Then I'll go to the hospital and I'll give him the shirt and I'll say, like, mate, I know you wanted to be there. I took you there, bruv. You were there in spirit, and the energy of that day is in the shirt. So then I'll give it to him, and that's this fucking weekend. So if I do that, I have to work until Thursday, and then I'd have to fly to England, get there on Friday, and then the parade is actually on Sunday. So I have a day. Champions League is on Saturday, and then if we win that, it'll be super energy on Sunday. Then I can give him the shirt, but airfares are really expensive right now. But the thing is, I think the Iran war might be coming to an end, because I was looking at airfares from July and they actually kind of gone down all the way until Christmas to the same as what they were last year. But guess what? On the weekend where Arsenal have their parade, the thing I wanted to go to with my friend's shirt so I could give it to him in hospital, it's really fucking expensive. And that's the way that it is. So if you fly direct, usually it costs about, let's see how much. It costs $1,450 usually, not cheap. But this weekend coming up, you know how much it costs? $2,800 just for a fucking flight. It's literally double what it normally is on the one weekend where the parade is, that I'll probably never get to see again in my life. And my friend who has cancer, he will never see something like that again, most likely. So I have to go. Because $2,800, my best friend's life. I mean, $10,000, $20,000, whatever. Like, there's no price, but I really. It's a lot. I don't know. It's a lot of money, but then if my friend doesn't make it and I didn't go back, I'll have to live with that for the rest of my life. So that's what I'm thinking about this week. But then I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to see anyone. I know that he's in a bad way, and if he wanted to see me, he'd probably say. And I can imagine you're just in the wars. You're trying to survive. Maybe you just want to be around your wife and your mother and father and sister. It might even be better if I don't go now and I go later anyways, which is when I normally go. In which case, yeah, that's quite a lot to spend. But then I'm worried that if I go back later, I might never see him again. So I was thinking what to do this week. But I mean, I went out. Whenever I've been this way in life, I'm not really sure what to do. I find myself just gravitating anyways towards what I'm going to do, regardless of what's going on up here. It's just the heart will make you follow. So I already got my shirt and I already got his shirt, and there were none of these available anywhere in the places you'd expect, like Shibuya. It's all next season's shirt. This is this season's where we just won the league. So I'd spent hours doing the research, and then I found this one place. It's fucking miles away. So I went there. It's actually really cool. And then got the shirt. So I got the shirt. I'm all ready to fucking go. But also going back to England now, I'm going to lose money because I'm freelance. So it's not, this doesn't make any sense. And also I can only spend so much time out of Japan every year. Otherwise it's bad for my visa. So if I go for this, there's less time at Christmas. So it doesn't make sense to go now at all, but because it's my best mate, I'm very seriously considering it. So I'm not really sure what to do. But I might leave it until the last minute, and then I think the flights might come down a bit, right? Because 3 hours before the flight, someone's going to bail or cancel or whatever, and I'm sure that they'll pull it down a little bit. But then there are fucked up flights which do like transit and fucking stop somewhere. I'm not about that life, even though it's cheaper. There's one thing I'll spend a bit more money on. It's a flight. I'm going from A to B. Let's just fucking go. But maybe I should, for the sake of my friend, get some fucked up flight. But a lot of the flights stop in fucking Dubai and like Doha. Like that place is where Iran literally shot missiles right next to it when it was popping off. So those ones are pretty fucking cheap. But I don't think I'm going to fucking do that. Will you regret not seeing him if you don't go? Yes, 1,000,000%. Even if I go, I might not see him anyways. I already mentioned to his wife, like, you know, I kind of want to come down, like let me know, and he didn't get back to me and she didn't either. So obviously they're in the fucking wars, but my concern is he actually wants to see somebody, but he's too proud or doesn't want someone to see him in that state. Because who wouldn't want their mate to come on, like who wouldn't want their mate to come and see them? But then at the same time, I read this shit on Reddit about what cancer survivors dislike the most other than the obvious, and they said, I hated when people made it all about themselves. So, you know, if I don't see him again, I'm going to regret it. So I'm going to come and see you. Obviously, it's love. So it's not a purely selfish thing. But you have to also consider if someone's suffering. If I was suffering, if I wanted to see someone, I'd fucking tell them. I'd be like, mate, look, I've only got 3 weeks, 4, or it could be this long. I really want to see you. Although it's hard to even imagine because I'm not in that situation. But the irony would be if I go down. But then it's not, you know, if I go down, I thought I'd send his wife a message and say, look, I'm coming down. The Arsenal parade is there. I'm going to see my family and stuff. But to be honest, the real reason I'm coming is just to have the chance to see him. But no pressure. Like I'm not saying, you know, if I don't see him, I've spent this money and this time. It's not like that at all. But I just felt it was the right thing to do because I love him and it's my best mate. So if there's a chance that I can see him, even for 10 minutes, even to be in the hospital hallway outside, please let me know, but don't want to add anything to your plate. If not, absolutely fine. I'll drop something off at your house, and then in your own time, if you can give him the shirt, that would be nice. That's kind of, I don't think there's that much wrong with that, but then again, you know, I asked them already, and they didn't. She didn't get back to me, so I don't really know. And maybe he's just really messed up on drugs, and he just doesn't want to see anyone. So it's pretty fucking complicated, but. If he doesn't make it, I can't. I would really, really regret the fact that I didn't try. Exactly. Yeah. If he doesn't, you would know because you're a veteran, right? So then go. If he won't see you, then at least you tried. I guess so. So I'll probably go back to England this weekend against all rhyme or reason. But like life is now I really feel it. Life is short. So what? I stay in Japan. Have a bit more money, stability, but I don't get to see my best friend again. What the fuck does that mean? Then it's kind of meaningless, right? Cheers, Mirror. Yeah, Alpha, yeah. He's got stage 4 cancer. I was talking about it a bit more on the stream before, but yeah, not good. Colon cancer, spread to the liver, spread to the abdominal wall. Bile ducts are blocked in the liver, and he's producing like a lot of the toxin bilirubin or something, which is toxic. So they put a stent in his colon, they put a stent in his liver, but the bilirubin was getting worse, and he got pancreatitis, and then they gave him potentially weeks to live. But then they did an operation where they drained the liver. You can imagine, my friend's just absolutely fucked. It's one of the worst cancers you can have, apparently. It's spread also through the lymphatic system. So they drained the liver. So I think they drained the bile, and he said like you can see bags of bile like coming out of his stomach, and but the bilirubin's not going down. And then the communication, I didn't get more from his wife or him on that, but bilirubin's toxic, and I don't know if they can drain that, or maybe they can't, or it's difficult to. But so the cancer's gone through his liver so much he can't. The body's not functioning properly, and it can't drain the bile properly. So yeah, he's got morphine on a button. So he showed me this picture. He just presses it, and just morphine goes into his body. So trust me, not at least making the attempt will eat at you forever. Okay, because you're a veteran, right? You would definitely know, right? You've lost some people close to you, so appreciate that a lot. So yeah, I guess I'll go back. It's gonna be fucking expensive. Shout out Lantran. Lantran donated quite generously to contribute towards. So I appreciate. So I guess I'll be at the Arsenal parade then on Sunday. That's the worst thing about being freelance, is like when you take a vacation, you basically don't make any money, so you get absolutely isted fey. But at least I get a tiny bit more freedom. So yeah, look at flights. Actually, looking at flights is so much better on your phone. It's not even built to be looked at on a desktop. It really isn't. I'm gonna do a 2-hour run today as well. I'm quite excited about that. Right. London flight. Tokyo to London. Why this weekend is so expensive? Do you think it's because Arsenal have a parade? There can't be that reason, can it? There can't be that many people who want to... If you set your VPN to like India and such, flights is cheaper. Really? Okay. Friday the 29th to June the 16th. Okay, so the cheaper one, which is basically $1,000, stop over in... This is the place where they were... Iran was shooting drones. Zayed International Airport, Abu Dhabi. Okay. Yeah, and the other one, the cheap one, is in Doha. Now that's where they shot a missile or something, or a drone. Yes, capital of Qatar. So I'm not gonna do that. That's very, very stupid. Right, Alpha. And then, yeah, then all the other ones is I've just realized something. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So they're basically, they're all the same. They're all the same price. Okay. Yeah, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Shall I book this now? I really fucking... But the heart is saying go. The brain is saying no. The heart is saying go. The brain is saying no. The brain says don't do it. It's funny how life throws this stuff at you, because if this hadn't happened, I could stay here, getting stable, you know, building things, but they just throw something at you. So I was thinking, when this happens, probably something else is going to be thrown at you. That's how it usually works, right? Is it Murphy's Law? Okay, stops. Non-stop only. Probably right, JL. No, I know, Joe. You're right. You're right. There's no fucking way. There's no way that sports event is jacking it up. So what we're looking at is $2,600 to fucking direct flight and cancel a bunch of work. Okay. Oh, but guess what? This route avoids as much CO2 emissions as 8,279 trees absorb in a day. So we're going to deprive 8,279 trees of CO2. I thought it's good that we release CO2 for trees. No, we're going to starve the trees with this one, y'all. British Airways. Okay, 8:55 a.m. Alpha saying Qatar's very safe. They have US Patriots and LIDS systems to take care of any drones or missiles. I'm not sure I want to take the risk though, bruv. Not sure. But for you, it would be like a walk in the park. Departing flight. Fuck off. Returning flight. So it's even more. 456. Of course it is. You little bastard. Okay. Bleh. Okay. The legit risk factor is less than 1%. Am I going to the Middle East? I'll be back. Oh man, I'm gonna fucking lose business in Japan. This freaking sucks. Okay, let's take care of a bit of business. Go see your bestie and complain about the price as often as needed. Yeah. It's true. You're right. Yeah. Okay. I need to reply some messages. Not yet, Alpha. I don't know if I will. So I just applied. Takes 20 months to get the answer, and I'm not sure I will. So I have to wait 20 months, then reapply. If I reapply, I'm pretty sure I'll get it, but it could take 40 months, bro. But I mean, it's for a reason, right? I have a bestie who's morbidly obese. If says drop everything, I'm dying. I would not. Yeah, okay. Let's fucking book this ticket, bro. You're all right. It's so hard. It's so hard to absorb what the fuck is happening, because the brain has a defense mechanism where it represses things. It's not even by choice, because it can't deal with all that fucking impact. My best friend is literally part of my identity. How do you even explain it? He created me. He was there as a witness to everything. And growing up, the way he looked, the way he behaved, the things he said became part of my personality and who I am, and part of my belief system. He's literally part of my identity and who I am. A huge percentage. He's the one whose opinion I respect most out of anybody in the world. And so all the things in life that I chose to do, so many of them, before I chose, I talked to him about it and bounced ideas from him. So he's who I am. And like that was from the age of 10 to fucking like now, especially from 10 to 25. Basically saw him every weekend. It's part of my identity that's sentient, that can kind of talk to you and stuff. Like I can't even process it. Yeah. So let's order this fucking ticket, bro. Let's flush the money down the toilet. Let's do it. Okay, we're going to London. Going to London, bro. No, we ain't flushing that, bro. And the other thing is that, okay, this sounds stupid and it's probably clickbait, but I saw a video on X about this dog that was given a few weeks to live, a rescue dog. And then because it had a few weeks to live, they gave it some ice cream. And then it says 27 months later, the dog is limping over and gets his ice cream every day. And that kind of confirmed something I was thinking before, which is some people having the will to live and the spirit to live is what could help them live. Now, don't get me wrong. A doctor will probably ridicule that and say, look, you can't deny reality, the physical reality of your condition. But even if I can help 1% with giving him some spirit and motivation, if that 1% could be the difference between having the energy, getting better, doing the right things, I mean, why not try to give that 1%? Do you know what I mean? And then Viktor Frankl, my favorite book of all time, it's different. He was physically sick, but not like my friend. He said the people in the Holocaust that survived, that didn't survive, he said it was literally all people who gave up the will to live and just said, like, I just hopeless. So that really stayed with me. But again, I don't want to make it about me. I'm gonna fucking help you and all this kind of stuff. It's genuinely from a place of love. I just want my best friend to live. That's all I want. And I'm thinking, if I can give even 1%, or even if he's not expecting it, a little pick me up, I don't know if it can make a difference, but what else can I do? Right? The other thing is I need to get a tattoo. So I need to get a tattoo for him. That's the other thing, because our lucky number is 22, like on the clock. So I need to get a little 22 on my watch wrist. on my wrist where I wear my watch. I feel like if I can give in 1%, it would be something like that. Like, this is how fucking important you are, bro. And also, no matter whatever happens to you, you already are part of my identity. But every day I'm gonna see you, bro, and you're never gonna fucking die. That's how I feel about it. So I'm thinking it's just that won't cost a lot, just like a simple tattoo. I'm thinking where to get that, because it should be under the watch, right? But it's a little bit weird to get it there, and that's kind of showing people. But I feel more personal is here. So you know, and it's maybe I don't always want to show my best friend. It's because it's personal. But if I want to, it's kind of palms up, right? And I can look at it when I choose to. I haven't decided yet. Yes, word up, Brad. The placebo effect is very real. Any doctor denies that as a fool. The human mind is incredible. Don't discount its ability to heal. And just like the thought of the cancer in his body, it's really, really traumatized. Like the thought of what it must look like physically, like going through his body. It's so yeah, it must just feel the worst, thinking there's something in you, right, that's kind of foreign. But yeah, so I do know what, like, probably the leading cancer doctor in Japan for his condition. So if it's, you know, if they want a second opinion, or if they want to pursue something slightly alternate from what the British doctors are offering, that's always there. So I feel that's quite faithful. So that's in the chamber if and when. Okay. It's gonna be mad, bro. I'm gonna be so fucking tired when I come back to Japan as well. Go straight into work. Right, this is going to be a mental trip. If I go to London, gonna meet Edward Johnstone. Ha ha ha. He's out there, bro. He's having a whale of a time in the city. Yeah. Excuse me. I mean, it's morbid. No, tell me. But I had a great aunt who was in her 90s, widowed, and she was ready to go, but my parents were still visiting, and she was pissed because they wouldn't leave. She died as soon as they got home a few days later. See, this is the other thing. You know, my dad said to me from his experience, he had a close friend who had something similar, and he wanted to see his friend, but his friend's immediate family just said, look, he's in such a bad way, it's just going to make things more difficult. And that was his friend's wishes. So it's hard to put yourself in their shoes because you've obviously never been there. But it does make sense. I can imagine if I was really messed up and they thought of someone coming and they're going to talk to you, it just, when you're trying to survive, it might, you know, and then you feel guilty. You don't want to see them. So so yeah, so I suddenly turn up out of nowhere. Hi, when he's all, you know, his body's deteriorating and stuff. So anyway, I don't have to book it right now. I feel, let's have a look at how many seats there are, and if there's quite a lot of seats, and I'll check it every day, it can't hurt to buy it as close to the thing as possible. I mean, it could be more expensive, but it stands to reason that it would be cheaper last minute, right? Milky, what are we going to play? Here we go. Continue to seats. How many seats are there? This is going to say a lot. Oh, there's fucking loads, man. That's definitely not going to sell out. Absolutely no chance. There's shitloads of them. Out of 60 seats. Dude, there's like 100 seats out of how many is this? There's like a third of the seats are left or more. There's like 100 seats left. That's a good idea. Price drop alert. Sticking to Neo Automata. Am I going to like that game? There's a shit ton of seats. There's 60 rows. Basically, there's 60, it's 59 rows. 60 rows, 6 seats per row. So 6 times 6 is 36 times 10 is 360. And there's at least 100 seats. So it's basically a third of the seats left. But this is for, it's Monday now. So all of those, I'm looking at it, when you actually see it on the screen, that looks like a lot of fucking seats, bro. No, actually, it's more than that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 26, 32, 35, 36, 42, 48, 51, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 64, 67, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76 seats. Oh, actually, Dude, this can't be right. I can't be getting... Oh, no. Oh, my God. No, hang on. Dude, there's even more than that. No wonder. Okay, here we go. No, there's 9 seats per row. And there are 60 rows. So 6 nines are 54. So 540 seats. And there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... 26, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 40, 49, 52, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 83, 80, 45, 60, 70, 89, 90, 93. There's basically 100 seats. Yeah. And is it? It's got to be more than that. Okay, 100. 100 seats out of 270 seats. Sup, Perp and Yellow? There he is. Oh my God. So I feel like, Perp, it's good to have you back, bro. Perp, we need to do some fucking Nightreign. We need to, dude, we actually need to do that. I haven't even seen the DLC. I don't even know what's in it. Activation. Subscribers only mode. That's not what I want.
BrWR says, sleep on it, fuel prices might drop so they can insider trade. Perpniello says howdy all.
Perp, how you doing, my brother? You have been missed.
BrWR says, herper.
Purple, yellow.
BrWR says, hey. Mirror D80 says my brother wanted my mower for a housing inspection.
You gonna lend him your mower? So come on now, let's seriously decide what games we're gonna play next. So I feel
Pertniello says beard looks tough.
cheers, bro. If it gets longer, it's going to look retarded, but it's just about okay.
Milkatima Kesting says make sure he gives that back lol.
My sense of self is so
Mirror
different.
D80 says yup just did. Should get it returned later this week.
What's getting
Mirror
returned?
D80 says Silent Hill 3.
My sense of self is so different to other people's sense of myself. So I like having colored hair. I like the way that it looks. And it feels like an honest reflection of my personality. But girls generally don't like it. But they like it. But they don't like it. Every single time I've changed my hair from color to brown, I've lost count of the amount of times I've heard
D80
this.
says my folks are away so I can stay up later.
A girl-
Bragalia says, what dates and flights are you looking at him in the middle of nowhere? Let me see how much cheaper it might be.
Pretty much.
Sub 69 says I just mowed my dad's garden.
Oh, sweet. That's cool. I'm glad you got that relationship. So every single girl I know who's known me with colored hair, when I change my hair, they say the same thing. Oh, this suits you the best. Oh, you look really good with brown hair. Even my friends' girlfriends, when they see me in a picture with brown hair, always tell their friends, that his brown hair looks really good. I just don't get it, man. Like I see it looks kind of more natural. There's a continuity, obviously. But I just think it looks better with colored hair. But yeah, I don't understand exactly why, because colored hair to me looks really cool. I genuinely just think it looks good. So I feel there's a disconnect, but from how other people see it and I see it, it's really. And the other thing with the beard, generally people say I look better without a beard. Most people say it's kind of better. I really don't think so, bro. I feel like I'm ready to kick ass with a beard.
Says, can you grow a proper beard?
I don't think I can. I mean, it will get massive, but it just looks weird. If you look at the Ghost and Goblin stream on the NES, that's the longest it's ever been, and I look retarded. It just looks like a retard. But maybe I need to keep going past that and then start doing some trimming and shit, but I'm not the person to take that much care in a fucking beard shape. I like to get up and go. But I feel like I don't understand how this can look better than without, because a beard is manly as fuck, and I feel like my name's Johnny Massacre. I want to break things. I genuinely love just breaking things and smashing things and exploding things. And when I have a beard, it feels like this is the right. This feels. If I'm going to break something, the beard is going to help me break it. It gives. I don't know. I can't even explain it. It feels right though. I can't explain it. Conor McGregor definitely doesn't look better without a beard. There's no way. Speaking of which, I think it's going to be a humiliation when he finally comes back. That guy always looks so slow above 155. He was amazing at 145. He was a beast at 155. But 170, he always looks slow. If you're naturally 145, 155, why would you handicap yourself by going above your weight? I know he's bigger now, and he's taken roids and stuff, but just don't make it harder for yourself, dude. I don't know. You have one, don't you, Slubs? Okay, so right, Brad, to answer your question. Dates is 29th. Well, I've got to be back by Friday the 29th in London.
69 says he's cooked Jay.
Yeah, no, 100%. Isn't it going to be depressing watching him get his ass kicked? Max Holloway, he fucking knocked out Gaethje, right? On the stand-up. And he's famous for having amazing cardio. And he beat someone else who's really good. His last 6 or 7 fights, he's won more than he's lost. And he's beat some absolute legends. He lost to Oliveira, but that guy's, he's a savage. So he's fought the world's best fighters, all of them, in his last 7 fights. Conor McGregor has fought in the last 6 years. He had one boxing match behind closed doors against a nobody. Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, that's life, huh? So I've got to be back by Friday the 29th. And I got to come back to Japan. I got to leave on the 16th of... I've got to leave on the 16th of June to come back.
Mirror D80 says Eternal Darkness on Gamma Cube, is it emulatable?
It's all emulatable, right? If I leave with a direct flight on Friday morning from Japan, for example, 8 or 9 a.m., because Japan's 9 hours ahead, I'll get into England on the same day at about 3 p.m. That's nice. I don't want to get in much later than 6 or 7 p.m. is too late on Friday. So if I do a transit, it has to be leaving on Friday, but 12:30 a.m. or 1 a.m. or even very late night on Thursday the 28th. But there's only 2 direct flights from Japan. It's British Airways and it's Japan Airlines, JAL. And Japan Airlines is like $3,000. British Airways is $2,800. But there's loads of seats. So I'll just wait until the last minute. And I'll just I'll just wait until the last minute. Right?
Mirror D80 says just ordered Firefly and Serenity on Blu-ray. Milkatima Kesting says fuck yeah, I love Eternal Darkness.
What's that? I'm texting your brother, Milky. The Milkster.
Milkatima Kesting says and Firefly WTF. Mirror D80 says Lovecraft the game, but you play as generations of the Roivas family.
Dude, sounds amazing. What kind of game is it? I feel like... Okay, can we just have a brainstorm? Because I'm ready to fucking brainstorm. I can't... I'm gonna do something very silly
Mirror
now.
D80 says Firefly the TV show.
This might kill the stream, but I don't think it will. Okay, hold on a second.
Milkatima Kesting says and then they went bankrupt and never made another game.
Oh, it's set to auto stop.
Mirror D80 says psychological horror tank controls. BrWR says, just sent you screen recording if that helps.
You what? Silent Hill 3.
Milkatima Kesting says ask my brother, he loves Eternal Darkness lol.
He loves it? They never made another game.
Says, Sekiro anime drops in September. Get ready to get in the mix. Slub69 says it's kinda like Resi J.
Is it? Okay, can you hold on to all these thoughts? Because I'm gonna fucking forget in a second.
BrWR says, of flight prices.
Okay. I can't stop you guys from talking, guys and girls. I can't stop. Well, I can, but what's happened to this? Bro, this is so fucking annoying. How to do this though? Okay, I'm gonna try something very risky. I'm gonna come back, right? This might destroy the stream. If it does, I'll restart another one, yeah? One, two. I think we're okay. We still... We're still good. One, two. Okay. What's up, laughing man? When did you drop that comment? I haven't told him any of that. I haven't told my mate any of that because he's a bit non-responsive because he's just in hospital the whole time. And it's really fucking heavy, right? It's really existential shit. Like he's trying to survive. Like maybe he's fucking, dude. He's basically about to pass away. Everything's really heavy. Maybe he's just trying to, just I don't know. He's just doing what he can, not to focus on it every second, I guess. And then someone's really hyper emotional, like man, like I feel all this kind of stuff. It's kind of a lot to drop on him. But yeah, so there's a lack of communication really. And he's out of it. So he sent me a message wishing me happy birthday 2 months after the fact. He never ever does stuff like that. So he's all drugged up and stuff. Bro, my chat is doing some really annoying shit now. Something's changed. So I can't stop the chat coming through.
Milkatima Kesting says my Gamma Cube's disk reader gave out.
Don't know why it's like this, bruh.
Mirror D80 says, BrWO, you better believe they stood the test of time. Mirror D80 says that MOS battery still works.
Huh.
Milkatima Kesting says, I've got Assault which is my fave but my kids won't get to play it at this point.
How the kids, Milkster? Bro, it is this chat is absolutely broken. Well, it's actually not broken. I found this little glitch to pause the chat with ease, and then I can run it again. But I don't. There's probably another way to do it, but kind of messed it up. It's become messed up. I get. I've got it on mute. Mute. Now we. Oh my god, bro. Now we got no sound at all.
Pertniello says I returned to curse it.
Are we cursing? What game are we playing? Are we doing Nightreign? Have you done the DLC Nightreign, Perp? How have you been, bruv? What have you been up to?
Johnny Massacre says, Threnanui. Johnny Massacre says test 1 2 3 44 5.
Can't make it do what I want. It's actually unworkable for live stream. You have to be able to somehow delay it.
Mirror D80 says I see Johnny in chat.
I feel I need to restart my computer, but I feel this is gonna fuck it up. I've got to restart my computer. Right. This shouldn't kill it. Shouldn't kill it though. It actually probably could kill it. There must be a way to do this. Maybe. Oh, this. Okay. Do you know what it might be? Could be to do with this. No. Okay, anyways. So about games, this is what I'm thinking. Definitely some retro game has to be involved. One retro game. And probably something really difficult. Because those are the most fun, right? On top of that, it would be good to have something trending like Resident Evil Requiem, or even Resident Evil 5 or Resident Evil 7 got quite a few views. So it doesn't have to be recently released, but it needs to be really fucking strong niche, not even niche, like really strong kind of longevity, so people are still playing it, all recently released. And on top of that,
Mirror D80 says Resi 5 has some add-ons.
Well, that's the other thing, is could do all the DLCs from all of them and all the Resi games. So I was looking yesterday at all the Resi games. There's, I can't even remember which ones, but there's
But Niello says, I can think of one.
Tell me. So retro game, probably really hard. I'm thinking Super Star Wars type of shit, or Lion King, or just Turtles on the NES, or any of that shit. One brutal, and then one could be more recently released or still has a following, still ongoing. Yeah. And other things off the top of my head is Silent Hill. Those ones are kind of cool. Could do a Silent Hill. And I kind of want to do a puzzle related thing, but that is Silent Hill. Or multiple choice kind of story thing, something we don't normally do. So something like LA Noire or Faith, one of those horror games. Or what are those story games where you make decisions and something happens? There's Japanese games like that. Something like that would be quite cool. Or reacting to something. That's my kind of brainstorm. But I wanted to do some old game like Quackshot on the Mega Drive Genesis, Lion King, or Super Star Wars. Could try to do all of those without a guide. Probably going to be hell on earth, but that's the point. And then could do, yeah, it's like a recent game, or a game that's still relevant, or could do all the Resident Evil games. So I read there's what, Revelations, Umbrella Chronicles, Mercenaries, Gaiden, and or could do all the DLCs, including 7, 8.
Says, well, my vote for old game, Lion King. Play Expedition 33 though. That's
in them as well. But you know, Anita Sarkeesian was seen with Expedition 33 developers smiling recently. Doesn't mean that they're collaborating, but I'm trying to think what she said about them. It's mad how she can turn up and not think, well, I'm going to destroy their whole brand. I'm going to take a picture with them. What a horrible person.
Mirror D80 says heard of Zero Escape franchise, it inspired escape rooms, great story, phenomenal.
No, I haven't. I should probably write some of this stuff down.
Mirror D80 says very puzzly.
Puzzly wuzzly. Mira, do you want to do Nightreign DLC? I'm well up for that, bro. And also there's I wanted to do a more clutchy FPS. Like I want to do a proper FPS where I'm competing competitively. Could be Space Marine. Doesn't Space Marine have a DLC? That has the Camellia line. Year 2 roadmap. No. I made that up. Voice of the chapter. After negative feedback, they're going to refund it. What?
Mirror D80 says I'd be up for some FPS action depending on game.
Warhammer Space Marine 2 devs make voice pack DLC free after fan backlash. The fuck is that? Okay, I have to start searching what you're talking about. Zero Escape. Yeah, some proper clutchy FPS. Whatever that is. I also wanted to do fighting games. Just play one like Tekken 8. Or just 2D fighters, something like that. And
Mirror D80 says I think it's like Russian German act.
Could do all the Resident Evil games we haven't played. Or could do all the DLCs. Or could do all the remakes. Resident Evil 1, 2 and 3. Or could just put it all together in a huge series. I'm thinking. What do you think? We need to put a list up on the screen.
Mirror D80 says mostly good options. I'd make a Apple Notes list if possible. Mirror D80 says I'd probably donate when playing again, hoping it will be a great pick.
My family's asking me what I'm doing with England.
Mirror D80 says there was that Far Cry Primal option, but would recommend a smaller map like Far Cry Blood Dragon to start with.
Zero Escape I'm looking at. Oh, is this like a story game? See, this is the kind of shit I was thinking of. This looks... What the fuck? This looks mental. This looks very Japanese though. I'm not sure I can handle this. The not...
Sub69 says a Castlevania.
Oh my god. Okay, so let's...
Mirror D80 says yup.
Hold on, let's get a list. Always making a list.
Milkatima Kesting says Blood Dragon is so fun. Mirror D80 says watch out for spoilers.
It's always super hard to avoid spoilers.
Mirror D80 says English dubbed too.
Okay, wait, hold on a minute. Reload. Enable Chrome extension. Mute the window. Edit URL iframe. Edit window type resize. Always on top. Make unclickable until in focus. Oh my god, dude. Fucking hell, wow, this is different. Disconnect. Paddle. Bro, I'm looking at something I've never seen before. I see your comment though. Sync doc deletes, sync doc, refresh current, refresh metadata. Bro, why is there no, okay. Refresh current. Oh, fucking, I thought I fixed it. Never gonna fix this, bro.
Mirror D80 says you can stream games on Gamapus without installing it.
Haha. Gamapus.
Slub69 says perp I been playing that mate. Mirror D80 says I just renewed it, got a massive Chris drop.
Okay, I have to live with this. I give up. Okay, just whatever.
Perp Nielo says slubs add me big dog.
What you playing? Oh. Diablo 2. Isn't that old?
Slub69 says same name. Mirror D80 says they re-released it recently-ish. Perp Nielo says, Perp N Yellow 1974 is my battlenet or whatever.
Apparently Wonder Boy is the hardest thing of all time on the NES. It's harder than Holy Diver apparently. Because the last level is nearly impossible, and to train it you have to keep getting to the last level. So what people do is they do a save state onto the last level.
69 says okay, we'll add when on. Perp Nielo says, Lion King, Lion King, Lion King.
Then they practice with the save state to understand how the last level works. And then they go from the beginning and try to do it all in one shot. What's this, SNES?
Mirror D80 says wouldn't mind if you guys added me if we do a sesh. I don't really communicate quiet mostly, but building my friend list.
Do it. feel like there's too many here. I mean, Holy Dive is harder than that. It's a pretty good list, though.
Adamisna says, how about that Silver Surfer game?
That, I mean, what's up, mate? Yeah, I mean, that's in there too. Apparently, snake rattle and roll is fucking impossible too. These are all impossible. Point and click.
Mirror D80 says, the 80s number 1241 on link.
Four has a DLC too, doesn't it?
Adamisna says, how are you doing, by the way?
I'm alright, but I feel I don't know, bro. I kind of need to go back to the UK, but it makes no financial sense at all. But it is what it is.
Mirror D80 says no DLC in Resi 6, I think.
Oh, really? Well, glad you're here. How you doing, bro? Okay, the other thing is when we did VR for Resident Evil 7, it wasn't proper VR mode because I didn't play it in PS4 mode. I played it in PS5 mode, which means the helmet doesn't look around when you look around. So I fucking ruined that for myself. So it would have been even scarier, bro. So Resident Evil 7, Madhouse Edition, VR. True VR.
Mirror D80 says, happy year streaming, brother.
Thank you, bro. I felt like...
Adamisna says, Johnny, you gotta seduce a flight attendant. They can share a certain amount of free tickets. Mirror D80 says, so glad to see you online.
Cheers, bro. Yeah, I did. After Crimson Desert, I didn't want to really stream because it was such a waste of time. 150 hours into that mess. So I really want to do the next stream something that's gonna be my best memories is basically Elden Ring, abusing myself, Demon Souls, these really hard games with action.
James Bond yourself to the kingdom.
Oh my god. Viewer requests. There's so fucking many. I might as well just write it down. Excuse me. Didn't someone recommend something that's basically Twin Peaks?
I haven't played through it, but people said Kazan was harder than the Souls games. Mirror D80 says, bless you.
Thank you, bro. Thing is, it's Kazan AAA. It kind of another fucking Souls like. I feel like I can't do another one. If it's gonna be a Souls like, it's gonna be. It has to be. Armored Core, because I'm not playing. I'm not. We have. That's the last piece in the puzzle. I feel like.
Niello says Expedition 33.
Okay. Let's put that in. Can you believe that whole Resident Evil 7 crazy stream, like the best game I've ever played? We did it in cinema mode, so when you move your head, the screen doesn't move. Because if you do it on PlayStation 5 version, it won't let you do it. You have to switch to PS4 version.
At one point, you will thank me.
Thank you. Okay, I thank you now. Thank you. I trust you, bro. Kessen.
Mirror D80 says, damn, that's on my backlog.
Kessen, Romance of Three Kingdoms, only decent game. Dynasty Warriors has like 20. Kessen and Romance of the Three Kingdoms is separate.
Pertniello says your best win was Ishin. Mirror D80 says, wasn't there swimwear DLC in 33?
You know what we could do? Sekiro without a guide and with Our Father and different final boss. Like, yeah, because we actually didn't kill all the bosses in this game. Can you believe that? What is Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Turn-based. This is cool, bro. Turn-based tactical role-playing simulation grand strategy war game. This sounds fucking awesome. That's a retro... No. Three Kingdoms Heroes.
Adamisna says the Great Rebellion is newer, but the devs are super based and cool guys. A German coder and an English writer.
Oh my god, okay. But did you see there were photographed with Anita Sarkeesian recently? Best win was Ishin. Swimwear? The other thing is Ninja Gaiden, right?
Adamisna says, KVLT Games. Pertniello says, I did Genichiro Blind the other day. Most fun I've had in a game in a while. Sekiro is like riding a bike. Mirror D80 says Eternal Darkness. Mirror D80 says Killer 7.
Is Killer 7 good? What's Eternal Darkness? Okay.
Pertniello says, how is Expedition 33 not viral? It was the game of the year, lol.
Well, this is the fucked up thing. It depends, you know, like if you search for it on Twitch, it depends how many people are playing it. So let's see. So YouTube Gaming. This top live games.
Mirror D80
is this basically?
Hang on, look at my fave games list.
Expedition's not even in there. Like nobody's doing it. Oh no, maybe they are. No, they're not. So, for example, yeah. So nobody's playing it. That's the thing. You wouldn't think that, but it's actually the case.
Mirror D80
not in
says
there.
Deadly Premonition.
Not even 33 people, but some of the cool followers for this
Mirror
channel.
D80 says Eternal Sonata.
Some of the cool viewers for this channel came from very niche things. So sometimes because there's very little competition. So Resident Evil, we have 3.
Mirror D80 says Deus Ex.
4. Requiem. See, Requiem only has 589 watching worldwide. It's amazing how quickly things go out of the cycle. 5 is 254. So, like, Armored Core probably isn't even on the list. Yeah, not even there. Look, Armored Core doesn't even have 29 viewers worldwide. Live Armored Core. We've got this guy. That's not Armored Core. Literally nobody is playing Armored Core.
Dead or alive beach volleyball. Mirror
That sounds great.
says JK.
The only person in the whole world playing Armored Core.
I guess that's the thing. I'd sit here to watch someone experience it, but I guess that's what it is.
One person watching. This is the reality. Like, and again, this is the thing about growing the channel. So if I want to grow the channel,
that last one.
If I really wanted to grow the channel, if it was about like just success and money, then it would be, let's just do whatever the top game is right now, which is something that I just have no interest in doing because it's not going to be fun. It would be playing Roblox, bro. It would be playing Free Fire, GTA 5, League of Legends, Minecraft. Hell no.
D80 says black on PS2.
These are the top games. Battleground. Like, the top games are the fucking worst games.
Says the suffering games.
What's that? Dude, look at the top games. Granny. Oh, but that I could play. That looks fucked up, bro. 10,000. See, like, Granny, I don't know what that is, but I want to play. Lineage has some boober in it.
Pertniello says
Fortnite.
Runa State Massacre.
Splatoon. Grand Theft Auto Simulator. Indian Theft Aura Simulator. What the fuck is that? Street Fighter 5. I would play something like that. What we got? Diablo 2. So, are we playing that? Because this... Okay, we need to make the ADD list bigger. AAA trending. Granny Simulator. Like, this will actually probably get some views. Granny Simulator. Diablo 2. This is too nerdy though, isn't it?
IDK, some games don't have people streaming them, but people wanna watch it. Pac-Man says you're gonna see me and Mirror and Slubs on Diablo 2 trending.
Is it? The fuck is this though? But look, this has 3 watching for live. That can't be right. Bro, what the fuck is this? 3 watching. Nah, bro. How? That's a lie then, isn't it? 2,600 watching.
Mirror D80 says, hell yeah.
The fuck? Okay, wait. Street Fighter 5. Bro, how can this be? On YouTube, 3,400 watching. Wow, that's all from one channel? Dude, this live is only from one fucking channel. How broken is that, bro? My God. So this is how hard it is. No one watches games on YouTube. Look at this, bro. Roblox 415. With retards like this. No, dude. We ain't doing that. We're just not doing that. Granny. This actually has people watching it.
Pertniello says we get on Rocket League like Arsenal.
This is mental, dude. But so Twitch will give us a better window. Games, okay. Well, here we go. Okay, look. Most popular. It's basically Apex, Forza. People playing this game, but that has pronouns in, doesn't it? Subnautica. People told me to play that. Resident Evil. This is the AAA. Silent Hill F kind of does. Super Mario 64 kind of does. Pokemon Champions. Am I going to play Pokemon Champions?
Pertniello says I uninstalled Forza.
Okay, there we go.
Mirror D80 says thanks for adding me on Battle.net Pertniello.
Rust, Arc Raiders. So that has, see, Resident Evil is a kind of like legacy title
Says
trending.
it asked my pronouns at startup.
Yeah, I ain't doing that, bro. Elden Ring has a lot. See, we need to get on the DJs as well. Rainbow Six. See, this is the twitchy shit I could actually do. So let's put that on the list. God, we got a lot of crap here. FPS. Like, we need to get competitive, bro. That has woke shit, but I give it a pass because I started before it went woke. Eternal. Oh, I saw this. Dude, Magic the Gathering? Oh my god. That's with Adam Misner. Adam, what the fuck?
Surely they're gonna go for the capstone now. Surely they're going for the capstone.
Bro, I could play this. I could fucking play it, yo. Oh my god. Okay. Steal a brain rot. Fuck is that? Can't even spell. Resident Evil 3. See, Resident Evil 3 has a lot of people watching it, dude. But that's probably the original as well. It's all woven in. Super Mario Kart World has quite a few people watching. Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact. Oh, this is VTuber shit. I hate this. No, bro. Oh no, this is not even Twitch.
Mirror D80 says bro don't worry about views, the PPL with millions cheat, they buy it accounts with hundreds of thousands of subs from the get-go, we just can't get that much cuz of the cheaters. Adamisna says speaking of, if you did a trailer reaction for some based indie devs, you'd make their whole week.
That's good as well. Isn't Faith? Oh god. Okay, so indie as well. Bunny Garden 2? They don't have sexual stuff on Twitch, do they? Bro, what the fuck is this?
Perpniello says absolutely Mirror. Add me on Steam, I'm on there most often.
What's this? Subnautica 2. Is this good? People really like this. Holy crap. 58.30 tip pay. People really like this. The fuck is Subnautica? Is it good? Final Fantasy 15 is really popular. Is that good? Bro, look at these fucking nerds. How are these people getting viewers? Like, why can't I get viewers? Look at these people, bro. What's wrong with me? What do I have to do? Do I just have to be nicer to people? It's the children that are the problem. Booba.
Mirror D80s says my Steam handle is Mirror D80s. Perpniello says after the Sekiro anime drops, watch those numbers next month.
Oh my god, yeah, we have to do that then. Actually, no, we should do that on the build-up to the release, right? To get up on the story. It's a good idea. Bro, look at Call of Duty. Woke whammon on the front of a war game and an ugly one. So what is... Man, DEI just destroyed everything. Awful.
Adamisna says the Great Rebellion works on Mac and you'd probably like the music.
What's that? Virtual Casino. We should have a sports category. I know this is bad, but put FIFA in there.
Perpniello says one big streamer can elevate those numbers though. Mirror D80 says I've got a good Steam collection but am waiting on getting a proper PC. My gaming laptop can't handle much but most games are cosplay these days and I have all the major platforms. Bradwr says, is anyone watching Far Cry Primal?
Not sure. These are the most popular games. Marvel Rivals. Fortnite, hell no. Apex, no. Warcraft, no. Minecraft, man, the worst fucking games, dude. This is where we ended up with fucking mainstream slop. It's awful.
Adamisna says check out the trailer. I bet you'd like it, you were actually alive during that era of gaming.
Are we doing that? ASMR is huge. DJs is huge. Diablo 4. Hearthstone. Space Gods. Black Ops 7. They fucking indoctrinated the youth, bro. Look at this stupidity. I'm only sleeping. Oh. Music. Retro. Black Desert. Okay, there you go. These are the top games. It's freaking awful, man. Arkham Asylum has quite a lot. Is that the famous one?
Pertniello says, Age of Empires 2.
Is that good?
Adamisna says dude, there's people that stream their children sleeping on Twitch. They should honestly be in jail.
Surely that's illegal. Marathon. So sad. Yeah, chat. Dude, Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh my god.
Mirror D80 says great, added on Steam, thanks Pertniello.
Subnautica, what the...
Mirror D80 says Red Dead is amazing.
Okay. See, Age of Empires 4. But it's woke, bro. Main characters are women in the Age of Empires. Come on now. Tekken 8. Nightreign still has some viewers. First Descendant.
Mirror D80 says Red Dead Redemption 2, the last Rockstar game before the Hauser Bros left.
Right. But yeah, we have to play that at some point.
Pertniello says beat Windrose. Was sick.
What's that? Politics, haha.
Adamisna says the dev for Age of Empires said, and I quote, Joan of Arc is a feminist icon. She was at least 400 pounds. Mirror D80 says
Okay.
I've got Tekken 8 but haven't installed it, lol, still dabbling in 7 as well.
Nice. Dark Souls, look at this, bro.
Pertniello says 1.3k were playage, get up there.
Beat Windrose. Can't see it. Lost it. This is Milky. Makers and crafting. Mario 64 has a lot of viewers. That's mad how much love that game has.
Mirror
Lineage, remember
D80
that?
says Battlefield 6 has good multiplayer but hard the story, not so much emo. Mirror D80 says same with some older CODs. Milkatima Kesting says, I gotta sleep, take care tall.
Good night, mate. Thanks for the positive energy. God bless you. Dark Souls, look, always a thing. The fuck is that guy doing?
Pertniello says no, the game is Windrose. It's just a survival game. Mirror D80 says Milkatima Kestings all the best, have a great rest.
Windrose. Wow, loads of people are looking at that. The fuck is this? This is on Mac?
同埋佢嗰個我唔知啊，佢2號彈咧，
That's Chinese.
應該係打啲旗。
Please, my ears, bro.
Pertniello says Expedition 33 was right there. 270 watching.
It's
Mirror
not too
D80
bad.
says is hold first on. I probably won't stream it, has some trash talkers lol.
Okay. Okay. So retro 3D.
Adamisna says, I don't think you should worry as much about what has the most amount of viewers. Like you said, some niche stuff will earn your viewers for life.
It's true, but if you really want to blow up, but then again, you're competing against a kind of madness, and then doing what you like is probably going to be better in the long run. But I do want to play some. I got more views playing big games.
The fact it's like the old lobbies, more open voice chats.
Resi 5
says chats.
Yeah, exactly. Resi 5, Resi 5, Resi 7, Resi 9, and when Crimson Desert first came out, got 1,000 views because they're much loved games.
Mirror D80 says Arkham Asylum is so good.
Is it? That's not trending though. These are all. What's Subnautica 2?
Mirror D80 says Chef's Kiss.
Underwater Survival.
Adamisna says honestly, title your stream that you know the guy who made the Mercenaries soundtrack and everyone will want to ask about him.
Could do. The fuck is this? This looks... I don't like the look of this though.
Mirror D80 says Subnautica is an underwater crafting game.
No way, bro. I can't be doing that. No. This isn't trending though, Diablo 2. Granny Simulator for trending.
Mirror D80 says Subnautica 2 has poop.
Does it? Look everyone, I can press a button and pretend I'm doing something. My fucking god, bro. We got the boober though. Is that a dude? Man, I just fucking can't with Twitch.
Mirror
Is that...
D80 says
God.
I played a little with some mates on Gamapus.
Gamapus? These are the top games. Nah, bro.
Pertniello says well, we got a Diablo 2 crew going now at least.
How old is that? Bro, are you fucking serious? What is this, man? People play this shit?
Mirror D80
They won,
says
bro.
normie selection of games disregard brother.
Yeah, they won. Man, they fucking won. They won. Look at that. People actually playing this. They won. Unbelievable, man. The current generation have been absolutely
Mirror D80
destroyed.
says except Diablo 2.
Diablo 4 is a no.
Mirror D80 says that great. Adamisna says stop getting blackpilled about slop lol.
Oh yes, yeah, this is exactly what's happening. What is Arkham Asylum, the one with the city where it looks like Blade Runner and it looks fucking cool? And what about this? Final Fantasy 15? Was that good?
Pertniello says those games all fucking suck. Don't play for views, man. Play good shit.
Yeah, I can. Of course, I draw a line. A very, very. This looks quite good, but didn't they add like a? Didn't they add some BS DLC with some woke shit? This looks kind of good though. The main character is such a wanker. I can't be playing with someone who looks like that. But this always been like this. Fox McCloud looks like that, so it's just. Is that emo Fox McCloud? It looks just. Oh man.
Mirror D80 says no, Arkham City, the sequel to Asylum, and the third one, Arkham Knight, is also good.
Which is the one with the they make memes out of when it's like a loner on a rooftop.
Arkham City is great. Mirror D80 says and has city bits.
Is this good? Because it kind of looks good. Bro, look at the main character.
Adamisna says Final Fantasy 15 is fun, but it's very.
It's very.
Pertniello says Final Fantasy. You would get more views doing a first time Final Fantasy 7 OG playthrough than you would on 15.
You mean the remake or the OG? Dude, is this the. This cannot be the main
Mirror
character.
D80 says FF15 is humongous.
Bro, what the fuck is this character though?
Mirror D80 says I finished it a way back.
Bro, is this really Final Fantasy 15 in a car with this dude? This is, I mean...
Mirror D80 says 7og is my fave.
This looks quite good.
Adamisna says, I don't know how to explain through text, but like every character is kind of a girl's fantasy hunk of some variety. The blonde guy is a sensitive twink photographer.
Who's this boober princess? This is Final Fantasy 7? 15? Sorry. This looks... Bruv, this is the game? This is funny. This is like Gyarior.
You won't like that Final Fantasy. I like it, but it's very long and soap opera-ish. Mirror D80 says, has anyone played FF Origins? It is kinda like a Soulspawn and has poop. Pertniello says I didn't play it. Did the remake. Rebirth. Grew up on 7. Adamisna says she's Sydney. They desperately tried to make it more straight by adding the girl.
Okay, that's funny. But they kind of looks even less straight because they kind of look a bit like her. That's like the host, the Shinjuku host. That's quite funny they went with that. I'm not against it, but it's not for me.
Mirror D80 says I grew up on 7 and 8 as well. Pertniello says Square Enix just got their accessioned into them by Expedition 33. They learned a big lesson on that one, to be honest.
Right, right. I hope they did.
Pertniello says no JRPG section.
I mean, that would be in retro, right? Probably. Just that would encompass. Mate, Granny Simulator cannot be trending. That's what? Fuck up, mate. This DJ. This is the worst thing about like modern DJ culture. Once it became automatic, it became like women. All they think about is themselves and their image. All they're thinking about is the Insta.
Says also, I got Final Fantasy 16, haven't touched it yet.
This is not a woman though.
With that multiplayer one, Stranger of Paradise FFO. Pertniello says, Legend of
look, can't even hear in the headphones, doesn't know what's happening. Oh, dude. Okay, like I fucking said, before the words even left my lips, she couldn't hear on the headphones because the volume control was down. And her friend go, look, this is where the volume control is. Not knowing where the volume control is as a DJ is like not knowing where the goal is as a soccer player. Because it's all automatic, they can sit there and pretend like, see the concentration on her face. Like, it takes concentration for a girl to do it, even when it's automatic, because technology is much more alien to them than it is a man. But really, this requires no skill at all, and it's all about image. That's literally the only thing. Absolute worst thing in the universe. Man, I can't blackpill anymore.
Mirror D80s says Max Payne games before they remake it.
They're gonna remake that? Granny Simulator, how many? Granny Simulator is not even on here. Is it Granny? The fuck, dude?
Mirror D80s says Metal Gear Solid games.
There's, okay, yeah, no, that has to go in the retro 3D. That's actually good call, mate, good call. Big category. We need to buff this.
Adamisna says make a video roasting Twitch DJs and you'll get loads of views, by the way.
I can't put that into my brain, dude.
Two Max Paynes are getting remade.
Again, I'm not interested in just cussing other people.
Can you invest 40 plus hours into a turn-based RPG? It's not like Souls where you can keep trying without leveling up. You're going to have to sink hours into XP farming.
We could do, but Crimson Desert put me off that big time. Dude, Granny Simulator, what was I thinking with that? Top live games. It's funny, YouTube is actually rubbish for gaming. Dude, oh, it's called Granny, not Granny Simulator. Granny. Channels. This one. Oh, Granny. This is original. This one. People are playing this. Like, no one's playing it. What the fuck, man? I don't get it. Twitch and YouTube gaming, completely different worlds. But people are watching this on YouTube because the algorithm got it. Is this actually scary? This is PT, bro. That's the same corridor. Okay, so they kind of PT'd it. But it looks so basic. This is actually trending on YouTube. If you can believe
says
that.
33 is turn-based Brad. He could beat it in 24 hours.
I thought there was some skill to it, though. Okay, Granny is trending on YouTube.
Mirror D80s says The Punisher uncensored on PS2. Mirror D80s says Driver Pirello lines.
Pokemon I can't play. Resident Evil 3 is not trending. It's just...
Mirror D80s says The Godfather, the game PS2.
Oh, my region, like worldwide. Here we go. Okay, even then, it's just one channel. Like, gaming on YouTube is so not a thing that just one channel with a lot of viewers will put it right to the top of the trending charts. eFootball. It would be quite funny doing this because I used to play the predecessor to eFootball, which was fucking amazing, and then everyone said eFootball is trash. But I'm kind of willing to try it.
Says Devil May Cry games.
Okay, yeah, that's probably go on the list, yeah, on the retro 3D. Devil May Cry. Ocarina of Time, y'all. But look, it's one channel that's big, that's making that look big, but it's not. So that's total fake news.
Mirror D80 says Fallout New Vegas.
Is that good? Look at this, babe. Wanted
Mirror
survivor.
D80s says Mafia Games.
What's that? Nightreign we should probably do. Perp, let's do some Nightreign, bro. People are actually watching this. Let's put that in. I'll just put it on the top.
Mirror D80s says Fallout New Vegas is the best one.
Age of Empires. Someone mentioned that. Nobody watching that. Wow, that's old. That's funny. Okay, I think we have a rough idea. This is, it's
Mirror
mad.
D80s says Mafia 2 was defo one of my faves, maybe play 1 as well.
Dark and darker. Dead by Dead. Nah. What's this Umigadi? Neverness to everness.
Mirror D80s says it's a GTA clone based in Mafia times.
Is it good? Oh, that's not by Rockstar, is it? Phasmophobia. What the fuck is this? Weekly challenge. Resident Evil 4. Yeah, okay. Right, let's look at this list then. Okay. Bruv, eFootball. Fucking hell. Okay, AAA trending or strong cult.
BrWR says, Metal Gear 4 has the best video game booba.
Okay, hold on, bruv. Hold that thought. You'll get some mad reactions on a football game, by the way. Fighting games.
Mirror D80s says only Mafia 1 and 2 they were published by Take-Two. Rockstar Games parent company, developed by Hangar 13, a Czech company. Mirror D80s says parent not parent. Mirror D80s says Dead or Alive or Soul Calibur.
I think it's like a little bit more recent than that. Mate, get rid of these fools from my screen, please. My God.
Mirror D80s says great fighting franchises. Pertniello says, Civ 5 and 6 I have as well, if you want to get crushed. Saw that on the list.
That's competitive? Or you mean just it's hard? Board games. Action, gaming, board, FPS.
Mirror D80s says Dead or Alive 6 is getting a new PS5 version next month.
Oh my God, are they... Okay, let's do that then. Dead or Alive 6, 100% we're going to do that. What's the release date? Is it going to be nerfed with the booba? Fighting games. Street Fighter 6. Super Smash Brothers. I just can't. I don't know, man. This doesn't really appeal.
Adamisna says met this DJ at a convention you'd love talking to, by the way. He was telling these stories about hiring DJs for this club.
Oh, what? And they're just absolute eccentric weirdos and difficult to deal with. Don't tell me.
Mirror
I can
D80
guess.
says I'ma fire up my PS5 to check my backlog.
Do it.
Mirror D80 says DOA 6 on PS the 5th of June 25th. Pertniello says, Mirror D, did you see the Suikoden remasters on there? Masterpieces.
Is this good?
Mirror D80 says I've got Street Fighter 6. Mirror D80 says and 5. Adamisna says, he's like red flag number 1. Girl showed up. Red flag 2. She was hot. Final red flag. She didn't bring a cable to connect her thing.
Oh my god, bro. See the amount of times I've been in an event and the girl turns up.
Says Pertniello, hell yeah on my backlog.
She's like, I forgot my headphones. Like, dude, it's like a footballer turning up to the Champions League final, forgetting your boots. I forgot my head, because all you think about is taking pictures of yourself the whole fucking time. That's the only reason you do this. It's the worst. Yeah, it's the fucking worst. Yeah, I mean, DJing is kind of, it's really, yeah, everything became mainstream and that fucked it up. And then there's also loads of DEI and DJing, like black representation and female. It's like, man, take your victimhood shit out of here. It was never like that.
Mirror D80 says Gears of War is on PS5 and has 2-player co-op.
It's funny because I've heard shit people say back in the day, like black people would get turned away from clubs and stuff in the 90s or the 80s. I've never seen that. Maybe it would be late 80s, but I don't even fucking know. But I remember going to loads of events where I was one of the only white people. Man, people used to fucking harass me. People tried to mug me. People tried to fucking fight me. All that kind of stuff. So this whole thing about like black victimhood in the music world and DJing, I don't want to fucking hear that, bro. You never heard me complain when people were trying to mug me, jump me, like poke me in the eye and stab me. Doesn't really look like there's many games that okay, fuck it.
Mirror D80 says Metro Games. Pertniello says Donkey Kong Country 2.
That's a great shout. I never played that. Apparently that's amazing though. We should do the first one because that has amazing music and it's rare.
Mirror D80 says BioShock is a must.
Yeah, never. I don't think I really played that. It's like really classic, right? Right, retro 3D. There must be so many. Any we should add on there? Not too many. Don't want it to get too out of control.
Mirror D80 says Eternal Darkness.
Okay, let me look that
Pertniello
up.
says Chrono. Pertniello says Trigger.
Eternal Darkness. GameCube horror title. Is this good? Oh, hang on a minute. Ill Bleed, of course. Ring. Dreamcast. Eternal Darkness 2002 horror game.
Mirror D80 says Shadowman.
Shadow Man. Wow, this got really good reviews. Critical acclaim. 9 out of 10. Simply put, an amazing achievement that shouldn't be overlooked. Games do not come any better than this. Fun, Worth playing. Mild criticism, linear gameplay, low difficulty, mostly positive score. Okay.
Mirror D80 says don't forget Red Dead Redemption 1.
Shouldn't that be 2? Isn't Red Dead Redemption 1 like proper nothing like the GTA style, really different? Because I'm pretty sure I played something like that. Yo, people loving that. Thanks for the recommendation.
Mirror D80 says play 1 first.
I think I've played that already. It's just more arcadey, right? Pretty sure I have. I actually did. It has a sanity meter and hallucinations. Maybe it introduced that.
Mirror D80 says 2 is greater, graphics and art is amazing but has spoilers of 1.
Okay. Red Dead 1. I'm pretty sure I played Red Dead 1. It's not really like GTA that much, is it? It's more, it's level based, right? It's definitely level. Pretty sure. Unless they had another one.
BrWR says, did The Force Unleashed age well?
A Red Dead Revolver was what I was thinking of. I'm not sure about that one. We need to go back to some of these, bro.
Mirror D80 says no, I think you're thinking of Red Dead Revolver. They ported Red Dead Redemption 1 to PS5 recently.
I didn't know there was 2 Red Deads. I thought 2 was a sequel to Revolver, but obviously not.
Mirror D80 says, hell yes, Star Fox 64 classic.
I remember loving that. It'd be good to go back to that.
Mirror D80 says no spiritual successor. Mirror D80 says Ocarina of Time. Pertniello says Super Mario 64 blind.
I
Mirror
always do that
D80
blind.
says Indiana Jones 64. Adamisna says they made a Star Fox on Foot mod recently that's been getting recommended.
Yeah. I'm at Mario 64. There's some fucking stars that are so hard to find. I never got them all. I was always 1 or 2 away.
Heaven.
Some of them are so fucking obscure, the stars in that game. What's Hybrid Heaven? There's a lot of games. Wow, Hybrid Heaven looks cool. What the fuck is that?
Pertniello says I meant blindfolded. We can all do it blind.
Hybrid Heaven, I've seen someone review this and it's... Yeah, this is kind of legendary. It looks funny, dude. Oh, man, okay, blindfolded. Oh, no, thank you.
Mirror D80 says Castlevania 3D games like the ones on N64.
Okay, Castlevania, we're adding, bro.
Mirror D80 says would Conker's Bad Fur Day be too risque?
Probably not. Is it that? I think we actually did try playing that a bit, but I kind of lost interest. Okay, so here we go. DOA 6 remake. Are there any videos of that?
Mirror D80 says perfect dark.
Oh yeah, I've watched a playthrough of that. It was never really my thing. I
Mirror
know it's
D80
legendary
says
though.
Duke Nukem 0 hour.
What's that? What about RoboCop? The DOA 6. The maker of this passed away, right? Has the boober been nerfed in this game?
Pertniello says proud to be part of a strong cult.
Nice. Me too. Oh no, there's boober in this game. Photo mode available with a jiggle. This is great, dude.
Mirror D80 says hell yeek.
This is cool.
Mirror D80 says yeah.
So, what are we going to do next? Retro 3D. See how many people are playing Silent Hill 3 on YouTube. Probably none. Yeah, people aren't playing this.
Mirror D80 says pick 5 and do a poll.
Right. Okay. Oh, you know what else has to be on there?
Mirror D80 says random shuffle.
Oh my god, I'm not sure I can handle that. Shuffle. Okay.
Adamisna says do I have to go over to YouTube to vote?
Unfortunately, yes. Well, let's do it from categories, right? So, we'll do one retro 2D. And then we'll go through the others. And then we'll have a final face-off.
Adamisna says can I mail in vote lol. Mirror D80 says great list bro.
Cheers, man. I feel like Star Wars on the SNES has to be done because it's so famously silly difficult. I feel I want some abuse, man. Wonder Boy, I'm not sure I can handle. It's just gonna be too stressful. God, this is really sub fucking list, isn't it? Right, Lion King. Let's put that in because apparently that's impossible. That's SNES, right?
Mirror D80 says Battletoads, but it may be impossible at one point.
Sounds like a challenge. Yeah, I feel I could do it, but I just don't really feel like playing that, to be honest. I tell you a really fucking hard one is Alien 3. God, is that hard?
Mirror D80 says Castlevania Legacy of Shadow on N64.
Is that good?
Adamisna says just stuff 2,000 votes into the ballot for something by a based indie dev that doesn't hate you. Biello says,
We need it
I
indie.
recommended Lion King on Retro. It's a bad view because it's impossible. DK Country.
Cool. Also, Lords of Shadow was like a better version. But of the original one. Produced by Hideo Kojima. Really? Shouldn't it be Legacy of Darkness?
Mirror D80 says sorry, Castlevania Legacy of Darkness had some good memories back in the day.
Isn't that really... There's two versions of this, aren't there? One is supposed to be significantly better, I think.
WR says, Contra and Double Dragon were hard.
Oh my god, yeah, all that shit. I don't think this is going to be good, this one.
Bradwr says, ImDef down for Super Star Wars.
Yeah, I'm kind of up for this.
Mirror D80 says the Castlevania 64 and Legacy of Darkness both pretty different from each other.
Which is a good one. What's the difference, I guess? As well.
Pertniello says, Joe and Mac on SNES didn't make it on there.
Fucking hell, is that what's the, I have heard of it.
Mirror D80 says Legacy of Darkness has 4 different playable characters.
Which is better? And why are there 2? The other one, Strider 2, looks fucking amazing. I have to add that on the PS1. That looks freaking unbelievable.
Mirror D80 says one character on Castlevania 64 which I haven't played. Mirror D80 says Turret Games.
Oh my god, we've got to add that. Yeah, no, we do have to add that. Because I never finished that and that still bugs me to this day. Strider Arcade. That probably is amazing. Okay. That's the original one.
Mirror D80 says Shadowman was ported on PS5 and same makers as Turok which is also on PS5.
Is it? Is that good? Diablo 4. Is Diablo 4 good? We forgot the Like a Dragon games. We should definitely add that.
Mirror D80 says Shadowman is dark and visceral as.
Is it? Oh, this. I remember that. So it's good then.
Mirror D80 says I played a little of Diablo 4.
You recommended Shadows of the Damned as well, right? The fuck is this?
Mirror D80 says yup def like a dragon franchise def start with 0. Pertniello says, Diablo 4 sucks balls, but is mindless fun.
Okay. Oh my god, do you know what else we have to add to the list? Okay, unfortunately, it has to be Echo the Dolphin. That's hell on earth. God, there's so many.
Adamisna says Echo Jams by Chuck Personal Mayo.
There's
Mirror D80 says have you played the Sega and SNES Jurassic Park games? They made a collection on PS5.
They're so hard.
Says may as well add Altered Beast now.
I know, we're just putting everything. Altered Beast's too easy though. Okay, this is enough for now. This is a lot of stuff. This is a lot, so. Okay, so 2D Star Wars SNES, Lion King.
Mirror D80 says Secret of Mana.
Not sure about the RPGs though for now. Super Ghouls and Ghosts. And I guess Echo the Dolphin will be some special form of torture.
Mirror D80 says they made a 3D version of Secret of Mana from SNES for PS4. Mirror D80 says fair enough.
I will get there, I will get there.
Mirror D80 says Star Wars is brutal. Pertniello says, Lion King, suffer.
Is that bad? That can't be worse than Star Wars, can it?
Bradwr says, you beat ghouls and ghosts. Adamisna says, oh, check out the trailer for Dragon's Crown.
Not the super
I have a
one.
feeling it's right up your alley. Mirror D80
Really?
says, I heard Echo gets trippy.
Yeah, it does. Oh, Dragon's Crown looks fucking good. Yeah, no, we should do
Mirror
that. As well.
D80 says I'm torn between Star Wars and Echo. Adamisna says Max Booba beat him up.
People voting for Star Wars, y'all. Only 4 votes though. Not many people watching, so it's gonna like whoever's here is gonna decide. It's a few of you lot. You were there. You were there.
Bradwr says, Lion King is ridiculous hard.
AI
Pertniello says this guy needs to suffer. Vote Lion King. Mirror D80
yeah.
says Super Star Wars Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi has great backgrounds too. Pertniello says, LOL.
While both notoriously punishing, The Lion King is generally considered harder due to its sudden difficulty spikes, unfair hitboxes, and tricky jumping mechanics. Disney intentionally requested the developers make the game brutal so renters couldn't beat it in a weekend. The challenge hits like a brick wall almost immediately. Level 2, I just can't wait to be king, requires absolute perfection with the monkey throwing mechanic. Later levels, including navigating the Stampede and fighting Scar, are infamous for cheap deaths and strict timing. Limited lives, no ability to upgrade, very little room for error when landing jumps. Star Wars, the game is an incredibly grueling run and gun platformer. It throws endless
Mirror
waves of
D80
enemies.
says Kingdom Hearts.
What's that again?
Mirror D80 says prog way too massive of a franchise.
The fuck? Isn't this... There was a PS2 one, right? I think if it is, I actually really wanted to play that. I could be making it
Adamisna
up.
says, I don't care about any of these games, my vote is for sale. Who's buying? Mirror D80 says each level is a Disney movie.
People voting for Star Wars. There's only 5 votes though. I should vote as well, right? Okay. What am I going to vote for? I kind of
Mirror
feel like
D80
Lion
says
King.
Pirates of the Caribbean, Toy Story, Tron, Nightmare Before Christmas.
Top 10 hardest SNES games. Here we go. Oh my god, this one, Zombies. I never finished that. 15, The Lion King. Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Battletoads and Battle Maniacs. The big Wellington boot, cuzzy. Big Welly. Some British shit. Hilarious. Oh no, this game is awful. Yeah, Bart's Nightmare. Remember that. Donkey Kong Country 2. It's that hard? Asthma Gym 2. Awful. Jurassic Park. Yeah, that was bad. Mega Drive 1 was bad. ActRaiser 2. Seventh Saga. It's absolutely one of the hardest 16-bit games ever made. For some reason, the game's developers decided to make the US version of this game even more difficult than it already was. Enemies can survive an absurd amount of damage that makes level grinding okay. Superstar was The Empire Strikes Back, even harder than Lion King. This is what I'm talking about. Contra 3, Alien Wars, yeah, oh god. Hagane, what's this? It's almost comically difficult. Fucking hell. UN Squadron. You can't talk about the hardest NES games without talking about the console's collection of side-scrolling shooters. Oh, this one. Yeah, I never finished this. Yeah, it's true.
But Yellow says he did.
I didn't beat Super Ghouls and Ghost though on the SNES. Look, #1 hardest game. We finished this recently, bro.
But Yellow says whichever version of it.
Dude, we've already finished this, the hardest game on the SNES. How crazy is that?
Mirror D80 says isn't it the same game, Ghouls and Ghosts?
Dude, we did that. Yeah, that last boss is an absolute joke. Yeah, I've done it. Dude, we've already finished the fucking... We've done it. Okay, I'm going to vote. I'm going to cast my vote, if I may. The League of Shadows. I'm casting my vote.
But Niello says okay, forget Lion King.
I just voted for Lion King.
But Niello says let's see you do Raymond.
Someone mentioned that, but I just think the character's kind of ugly. Yeah, we're tied between Star Wars and Lion King. I think Lion King would be funny, but just because it's a cute character, and then there's gonna be raging with a cute character.
Mirror D80 says Raymond 3 was my fave. BrWR says Spider-Man Absolute Carnage SNES was crazy difficult.
That game annoyed me because it wasn't 2-player, and I really wanted it to be. Imagine making a side-scrolling beat 'em up without 2 players. That's some twisted shit.
Mirror D80 says Star Wars has better ambience.
Right, yeah, well, it's Star Wars, isn't it?
Mirror D80 says up to you though.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's up to you with the vote.
But Niello says Hakuna Matata. Mirror D80 says oh Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. Mirror D80 says 64.
You mean the second one, right? Dude, Arsenal have a Bible group. It's so good. Got God on our side, man. That's crazy. That's so cool. Wow, fucking hit me in the heart saying that.
Mirror
Holy shit.
D80 says Shadows of the Empire 64 was an interesting game. Adamisna says, I voted Star Wars because I know how annoying Lion King is and I know you'll be trapped in the Shadow Realm forever with that game. Mirror D80 says a bit hard to master though.
Bro, people voting for Star Wars, even with my vote. Okay, you want Star Wars? Let's do Star Wars. Which one? Shadows of the Empire or the original one? Apparently Empire's harder, but it's the
what can your
sequel.
sanity handle? Hearing I can't wait to be king over and over will get to you lol, but him down if that's what you want.
I mean, I'd rather play Lion King, that's what I voted for, but people are voting for Star Wars, so... That's gonna be a whole trilogy, bro. Oh no. Okay. Looks like that's what people want. 8 votes, dude. Okay, let's do that. Ending the poll. We're gonna do another poll in 1 second. So
Adamisna says oh no. Swap my vote.
to Lion King.
Adamisna says, I wanted whatever option you'll finish quickest.
Oh. That would be Star Wars, probably.
Mirror D80 says swap my vote to Echo.
The first game... Oh man, everyone's changing it. This is funny. Super
Mirror
Star
D80
Wars.
says yup.
The first game's considered harder. Okay, let's do this, man. I'm up for this. I'm totally up for this.
Mirror
Super
D80
Star Wars.
says quickest.
This is
Adamisna says oh then keep me on Star Wars.
this is going to be quicker than Lion King, basically. Apparently, they say. Okay, so
Mirror D80 says is Echo easy?
no, it's really fucking stupidly
Piano
hard.
says 50-50 dealer's choice.
We're gonna find out.
Mirror D80 says then keep my vote on Star Wars.
Alright, okay, it's decided. We need the box. That looks cool though. Okay, yeah, no, I'm all about this. I'm feeling this. This feels like the right thing
Mirror
to do.
D80 says next Johnny will be playing Dark Forces and...
What's that? Wow, look at that artwork, dude. The modern myth. That was a launch image,
Mirror
bro.
D80 says Shadows of the Empire not to be confused with Empire Strikes Back.
Oh, this looks great. Okay, this could be a grand old choice. Right, we got all the best imagery. Excellent. But there's hardly any box art, which is quite mad.
Mirror D80 says I put a lot into that game back in the day and I think it on PSN. Mirror D80 says Super Star Wars on PS4.
Oh my god, dude, look at this, is so cool. SNES. Okay, now let's get some of the gameplay. Wow, it looks mad basic. He doesn't fight Vader. This is the second one. Vader.
Mirror D80 says unless they delisted it.
Star Wars: A New Hope.
Mirror D80 says it was early backwards compatible game. BrWR says, Empire Strikes Back was better.
Okay, yeah, this looks quite basic. But that's why it's going to be good, because it's janky as F. Damn, okay. There's hardly any images of it. No one is playing this, dude.
Mirror D80 says, BrWR yup, I liked all three though.
Bruh, this is looking so basic.
Mirror D80 says never had it physically on my pal SNES.
Second one seems to be getting way more love. It looks way better too.
Mirror D80 says jealous of USA version of the SNES. Mirror D80 says both the controller and design.
Yeah, let's just take this. Mate, Resident Evil 7 is
Mirror D80 says stuck with Rainbow X, Y, A, B buttons with no indent on X and Y. BrWR says, you had different SNES controller? Mirror D80 says yup, same as Japan I think. Mirror D80 says Nopple was different. Mirror D80 says PAL version of SNES was designed differently.
That was a banger thumbnail.
BrWR says, honestly though Mickey's Magical Adventure and Aladdin were two very fun SNES games. Mirror D80 says is games? Mirror D80 says then again they action JRPGs.
I gotta answer the phone.
Mirror D80 says they up to YS9 Nordics, a lot to chew through and on my backlog.
Had to chat to my dad. What's going on? Okay, so we got one game. Okay, what are we doing? We are making a cover.
Adamisna says everything alright.
That looks terrible.
Mirror D80 says put that flying rat from the first level in lol.
I mean, you can't get much better than that. Look at that. It's like the image is cut off for some reason, but that was actually...
Mirror D80 says dang they hiding all the art of this game on the internet. Mirror D80 says great.
There we go, bruv. That's enough. I think that's enough. That's enough for one of them at least. And we can actually use a Star Wars font. Well, we certainly should do. That would do. So that'll do. Oh, that's not going to work, is it? Okay. So yeah, okay, fine. Give it that illusion.
Mirror D80 says, are there sellers in Japan that resell PS3s and how much?
Oh, mate, 100%. Yeah. It's a good question. I'll keep an eye out next time I'm in that spot. But the place I usually go to, it's a little bit inflated prices. You want to go to a website, Mercari, Mercari, the online auction place. Use a translator if it's difficult and look for something there, and you will see the general price. Also, Yahoo Auctions.
Mirror D80 says, cool, thanks.
No problem. I thought you were going to bed, bruv. You up on a mad one?
Mirror D80 says, hell yeah.
Haha, are you now? Oh, it's supposed to only be that, though. That we can change it. Should we give him a red lightsaber? Can't do that. That's not what I wanted, is it? Yeah, okay. Fuck. Oops. Why, dude? Oh, yeah. That's pretty cool, though. That's pretty cool. Nah, that's a better one. Yeah, let's keep that. Could actually make him massive. Could do some craziness like that. And then this is a bit Jankenstein, but can't remember how to do this.
Mirror D80 says I wish KOTOR 1 and 2 was on PSN.
Yeah, I loved that. I can't remember that much about it, but I did love it. The writing was just so good. It was written by fans and it all made sense. It was written by people who clearly understood and loved the franchise. That's quite cool. That pops so hard for obvious reasons. Oh, I like that. I really like that. Oh man, that's beautiful. That's the one, isn't it? Oh man, talk about placebo. That actually did nothing really. It just made the playthrough go darker, but that actually does look quite cool though. Yeah, I like that. Okay, well. I'll go with that. Now we go dark side. We go dark side. We go dark side. Nah, do we go? pops more. Okay, use that. That'll do.
Mirror D80 says image manipulation software takes a while to learn.
It certainly does, bruv.
Mirror D80 says but you can do one as real quick, great work. Slub69 says what's happening? Mirror D80 says wonders.
We're doing Super Star Wars. We're going to play Super Star Wars at some point very soon. So.
Mirror D80 says making an image for the next live stream.
Liver. Yeah, it has to be. Alright.
Slub69 says fuck that game is hard as.
That's why we're doing it. Could have been Lion King, but people said nah. Okay, we have the thumbnail. That's quite important. Okay. So we have... Oh no, I didn't save the original, you little fool. Yeah, no, that is bad. Oh, fuck.
Mirror D80 says the PSN version has a trophy called Hand Shot First.
Actually, it's not that hard to make again, but... So we got this one and this one. Probably the gaming one is better, I would say. So, the gaming graphics. So we'll do that as a retro. And then I think we'll also do Silent Hill 3. I'm just going to choose it because we've already got a thumbnail for that. And I just kind of feel like doing that.
Mirror D80 says yup.
So we'll do that.
Slub69 says think Rottage is meant to be the hardest.
Oh, really? Okay, we'll be building up to that hell then.
Mirror D80 says nice brother.
Cheers, bro.
Mirror D80 says Return of the Jedi.
Yeah. And then AAA AAA title trending or strong cult following.
Mirror D80 says I remember playing all three back in the day.
Why don't we just fucking do Armored Core? Oh, God. It's going to be brutal, man. It is going to be brutal. It's either that or Resident Evil 1 remake.
Adamisna says, I'm curious about Armored Core actually.
Should we just get that shit out of the way? We're right at the end now.
Bradwr says, whatever you want bro.
Oof.
Mirror D80 says bro please add Red Dead 1 ahead of 2 please has major story spoilers.
Really? I'm not really that bothered about the story for some reason. But it depends how important it is, I guess. Alright, let's do a poll since some people are kind of here.
Mirror D80 says Resi 1 remake is well done. I finished it a few years ago again on PS4.
Right, please vote on the next kind of AAA title. Resident Evil 1 remake, GameCube. Armored Core 6. And
Adamisna says Red Dead 2 has a lot of woke writing BTW.
uh-oh. Armored Core 6. Then let's just do these two. All right, the poll is available now in the chat.
Slub69 says think I played that, is it from Zoft?
Yeah. It's 50-50 Armored Core. I'm gonna vote. Can I vote?
Mirror D80 says the gun customization in RDR2 is amazing. It is mainly online that has a little woke stuff but won't be as bad as GTA 6 I think cause the bros left already.
Yeah, that sounds like it's probably gonna be true.
Mirror D80 says the online mode is separate. Mirror D80 says from the story.
Need to vote. I'm gonna vote. Well, I just voted to punish myself. Why did I do it?
Bro WR says, of course lol bro, play whatever makes you happy. Life is heavy right now with things we can't control. You do you and control what you can.
Gonna control the mech and drop a nuke. Alright, peeps voting for Armored Core. So let's do that. Oh my god, bro. We're actually gonna do this? Fucking hell. It has to be done.
Mirror D80 says Keanu Reeves was in the Armored Core episode on Amazon Prime secret level, I think. Mirror D80 says Soulspawn aimed my thang way too hard as nails. Adamisna says there's a quest where you go to an old man's previous house to find his childhood toys. You discover he fought for the South in the Civil War, so your only options are to act like a psycho to him. Mirror D80 says but good luck bro.
Bro. This is the last FromSoft game we have not finished from Demon Souls. This game...
Slub69 says it's not as hard as BTW.
Really? Someone said it's fucking... The people were arguing about how hard this game was in the comments. This article...
Mirror D80 says Adam Minster, what do you think of Red Dead 1?
There's something saying Elden Ring doesn't come close to Armored Core 6's New Game Plus. Is that good? Okay.
Mirror D80 says Red Dead Redemption 1.
I wanted to have a pro pad specifically for this game, and it has happened.
Adamisna says Red Dead 1 was really cool. I loved the writing of the ending.
Vesemir. See them hearts, thank you. Okay, Vesemir. Resident Evil 5. Evil 7.
Mirror D80 says yup, one of the most memorable.
Armored Core.
Mirror D80 says no spoilers. Slub69 says play it and find out mate.
Let's do it. That looks like a bunch of nothing. Oh, for fuck. I don't know. This game is. I just the whole visual aesthetic doesn't really appeal to me. That looks pretty fucking cool. This doesn't look good though, does it? Now we're fucking talking. Look at that. Hell yeah. Okay. That's kind of perfect. Nice. Simple. I love it. Okay, do that.
Slug69 says that's it sorted.
Yeah, baby. It looks like a vaporwave or something. Oh man, look at that. Fucking crushed it, bro. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. See, you have a good quality image to start with. It just it makes itself nearly. I really don't like Googling for images because it will so often spoil the last boss or something fucking awesome. But we have an awesome one coming up. This should be golden, bruv. Yeah, no mate, come on now. Even better, maybe. God bless whoever made this. There, that's it. Done. It's meant to be. That looks gnarly. What? That'll do, bruh. It doesn't even need that, to be honest. But actually, nah, dude, what the fuck? Oh, okay. It's kind of wrong, but it looks, oh, for fuck's sake, but it kind of makes it look more interesting.
Hamza Safda 23 says, hey there mate, what's happening today?
What's up, bruv? How are you? Yeah, just we're getting on to the next game. I mean, look at that. That looks fucking mental, bruv.
Hamza Safda 23 says I am doing alright, just occupied mostly, and what about you?
Yeah, same here, my man. Same here. I don't think this is... How's the studying? Okay, this should just... Fucking hell. It's already like that, that's why. So that should just go like that. Yeah, yes. I think, yes it should. Suddenly everything looks really fucking weird.
Hamza Safda 23 says that's a goody woody, mate.
Goody woody. Indeed.
Hamza Safda 23 says not gonna lie, I kinda didn't study, which I regret, but I'ma start tomorrow. Been lazy on that XD.
Yeah, mate, time to get on that. For real. Right now, this is looking like a fucking mess. Because I'm an amateur designer. Doing my best. And it's okay. Wow, these all look the same, huh? Linear dodge.
Hamza Safda 23 says OHH, we playing Armored Core 6 then?
I think so. Oh, there we go. Yeah. There we fucking go. There we are.
Hamza Safda 23 says that's cool. I had the game but only started, never continued.
Really? Yeah, that's what I did actually. Oh, there we go. That's the fucking one, bro.
Hamza Safda 23 says yeah, but now I will watch it through UXD.
Let's do it, bro. Oof. That's too... Can't read it. Well... That's pretty good. No, it has to be that one, right? Has to be, surely. It's just the easiest to read.
Hamza Safda 23 says that's lit.
Let's go, baby, baby. There we go. I think that's it. Yes. Boom. Yeah. The fuck is happening there behind the scenes? Oh, look at that. I don't know what the fuck that is. That's the one behind it. This is what like a pro might try to do with some weirdness.
Hamza Safda 23 says be right back after a bath. He.
Cheers, bruv. Enjoy. It's quite a big brain. The mech looks fucking raging. He's ready to fucking go. Oh, look at that. Oh, that looks very tasty. Yeah. That's it, bruv. What the? Oh, I drew on top of it. Mistake. Oh wow, dude, we crushed it with that. Look at this. Why is this font weird like that though? What is that line coming from? You see that? Oh, okay, it's that. It's the blend of this line. It doesn't actually really matter, I guess. I don't know. Does that work? That'll do. Oh my god, what? Oops. It'll do. So we got the games ready to roll. We got Super Star Wars: A New Hope, we got Silent Hill 3, and we got Armored Core. That'll keep us busy. That'll keep us very busy.
Mirror D80 says great work, bro.
Thank you. Okay, trying to think. Okay, so I better go, I guess. And then, well, I don't know. I've got. Let's clean my fucking desktop. I'm gonna clean my desktop because it's exciting times. Yeah, that actually looks pretty sick.
Adamisna says have a good one.
Cheers. I'm gonna go in a few minutes. It's just where to even fucking start. Right, it's gonna. Oh wow, we got a cool Star Wars image. I need to start deleting stuff. Happy spam burger. Should I have to delete that? Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go. Okay. So we got a gaming schedule lined up. I kind of wanted to play Lion King because it would be funny because it's just a little stupid animal. Might even no. Let's stick to what we did. Let's do those 3 games, and depending on how we get on, it will influence what we play after that. Crimson Desert. I never want to let that happen again, where we just blindly go into something. No way, bro. Or just pull out. But I spent the money on it, so I felt I had to finish it. Okay. Thanks for the company. I'll see you lot later. Cheers.